blank page to a work of art. We're building something special, straight from the heart. Learn from the experts, the friends that you know. They'll take it step by step, nice and slow. Watch it on YouTube, it's all for free. A front row seat for the whole community. Card making secrets and techniques so new. We're crafting right along with you. It's the paper escape, let's create and celebrate. Come and craft the stress away. We've got live streams every day. Cut full glue and spill the tea. You're invited and it's free. A fun-filled getaway, crafts, laughs, and more. It's the paper escape, let your creativity soar. Chat with friends, old and new. Craft along, we're right with you. Classes, workshops, craft each year. The best retreat of the whole dang year. If you want a little more to explore, the bonus ticket opens up the door. An extra day of classes right on your screen, complete with coolest printables you've seen. And for the VIP, the ultimate prize, a box full of beautiful crafty supplies. Stamps, papers, and goodies galore. Everything you love and a whole lot more. It's a paper escape, let's create and celebrate. Stamp and sparkle, learn and play. Inspiration's on the way. Ink it, blend it, share your makes. Add your twist and show us your take. Jump on in, it's your time to shine at the paper escape, where we craft and unwind. Yeah, it's more than just paper, more than just glue. It's the joy of creating something brand new. We'll see you at the paper escape.
Hi friends, welcome to the Paper Escape 2026 Spring Staycation. My name is Lynn and I'll be your hostess for this weekend. If you're just discovering us, the Paper Escape is a virtual crafty retreat. This is day one of a 2-day retreat, and today is completely free and open to everyone here on YouTube. If you're watching live, I hope you'll say hi in the live chat and let us know where you're joining from. And if you're catching the replay, drop a comment and let me know what you think of this event. This video is pre-recorded and will be available for replay once it's done premiering live. If you don't mind, if you're watching live, can you help more crafters find this amazing event by hitting that like button and sharing this video out to your socials? Before we get started, I do want to say a big thank you to everyone who helped make this event happen. Meg Brighter and Sejr Anderson are two exceedingly talented artists who illustrated the Wonder and Whimsy 6x8 stamp set that is the centerpiece of the VIP exclusive craft kit. We have 4 amazing instructors: Debbie Jenkins, Susan Reynolds, Julee Tillman, and special guest instructor Letty Zavala. They are each teaching 2 cards that are not only beautiful, but fun and interactive as well. I also had a surprise sponsor, Glassboard Studio, who donated a $100 gift voucher. If you register by April 11th, midnight Pacific time, you'll get at least 1 raffle ticket for a chance to win this generous prize. I also want to thank 2 amazing benefactors for their donations and support. And of course, the biggest thanks goes to you. Thank you for being here, for being part of this event. You are what makes this event so much fun. Today, you'll learn how to make 7 cards from our amazing instructors. They've recorded their class in real time, so you can follow along with either your stash or the craft kit. They are also in the live chat. So don't hesitate to ask questions if you have them. And if you're catching the replay, you can drop your questions in the comments below. Now, if you did purchase a bonus ticket or a VIP ticket, you will have received a workshop PDF with homework instructions. Feel free to craft along with what you have in your stash, or if you're one of the lucky folks who got the VIP exclusive craft kit, you can follow along with the goodies in your kit. It's not too late to get a bonus ticket, so if you're watching this live, go grab your ticket now. The link will be in the description box below. You'll get the workshop PDF with supplies and homework instructions for all of the classes as an instant download. Plus, bonus ticket holders will also get a digital craft kit, and that includes the pattern papers and the ephemera as digis. So you can print and craft along with our instructors with a lot of the same goodies that the VIP ticket holders got in their exclusive craft kit. Now, if you're catching this on the replay, and I do love our replay crew, you can also still grab the bonus ticket. That's going to be open indefinitely. So if you're watching this video and you don't have that bonus ticket, feel free to grab it. Did I mention there are giveaways? So let's see what you can win. I mentioned this for sure. The grand prize giveaway is a $100 gift voucher to shop at Glassboard Studio. Now, free ticket holders who have registered for this event will get one raffle ticket for one chance to win in this prize drawing. Bonus ticket holders get 3 raffle tickets, and VIP ticket holders get 10 raffle tickets. You have to be registered by midnight Pacific time, April 11th. So the deadline to get your ticket, if you aren't already registered, is April 11th, midnight Pacific time. You do also have to make sure that you're still actively subscribed to my newsletter, because unsubscribing will also unregister you from this event, meaning I won't be able to email you if you're the winner. I'll be drawing the winner live during day 2. The winner will also be announced via email. I'm super grateful to have Glassboard Studio as a prize sponsor. Please be sure to find them on social media and thank them for this generous donation. I also have 2 amazing benefactors who surprised me with generous donations: Flutterby Fun Creations and Julee Z. Their support allows me to put together and ship out some fun, crafty D-stash bundles. And last but not least, our special guest instructor, Letty of Party Planner Papery, sent me some fun goodies from her Etsy shop. Most of the prizes only require that you register for this event. The $75 D-stash goodie bag, however, will be a hashtag-driven giveaway on day 2, and you do have to be watching live to enter. So that's really the only giveaway that you have to be watching live to enter. Now, for a chance to win swag bag bundles from Letty, just look for a link in the live chat for a giveaway form. Fill out that form before the deadline, and you'll be entered in for a chance to win a fun swag bag from Letty. I'll be shipping it out since I already have those swag bags. And those giveaways, there's one for day 1, and there's a separate drawing for day 2. So in both live chats, look for those 2 forms open to our replay crew to enter for a chance to win those prizes also. All right, good luck to everybody on those giveaways, and let's take a look at today's schedule. So based on a survey feedback from the last paper escape, I've arranged the classes so that other than this very first class, the rest of the classes will start on the hour. So kicking us off will be Susan of Makin' Crafts Studio. She's going to teach an interactive fun fold and a second interactive card. At 11 a.m., we'll have Debbie Jenkins of Debbie J's Crafting Corner. She'll show us how to make a sky-high shaker, and she's going to show us how to foil the printables that come in your digital craft kit. We'll have a short break so you can grab a snack, get hydrated, and rejoin us at noon to watch Julie or Verve Girl, who will teach us 2 cards. She'll teach a top latching easel card and a fun fold wobbler. Our last class for today will start around 1 p.m. and all of these times are Pacific time. So you'll have to translate that to your local time. But 1 p.m. will be the start of Letty's class, and she is our special guest instructor. She's actually got a really fun 3-sheet wonder where you can make 2 cards with 0 scraps. Today, she's going to show us how to make the first card, and tomorrow, during the bonus day, she'll teach us how to make the second card. As I mentioned already, if you don't already have a bonus or a VIP ticket, you can still grab a bonus ticket to catch part 2 of Letty's workshop. And bonus day is tomorrow, Sunday, also starting at 10 a.m. All right, friends, without further ado, grab your craft supplies and let's get started.
Clear off the table, find your favorite chair. There's a hum of inspiration in the morning air. Grab your bone folder and your sharpest shears. The best weekend of the season is finally here. From a simple blank page to a work of art, we're building something special straight from the heart.
Hi, it's Susan here from Making Craft Studio, and I'm so excited to be joining you today on the Paper Escape virtual retreat. I hope that you enjoy all of the classes in this retreat and that you get a lot of inspiration. So for my class today, I'm going to be creating 2 cards. I'm creating a Mother's Day and Father's Day card, but both of these cards do not have to be just Mother's Day or Father's Day. You could use them for a birthday, you could use them for get well, you could use them for many things. You just would have to change the sentiment really. So I've gone ahead and created a sample to show you. And so my card is going to be a fun fold as well as interactive and has a little bit of fun and whimsy to it. So here is the first little feature on it is this little wobbler here. The little girl, she's really excited. So that's what I was thinking. She's really excited for Mother's Day, and I loved how her little arms were up. So she was perfect for this little wobbler card. So then the fun fold part is, this card looks very difficult, but it is very easy to do. So I always love when a card looks like it's more to it than what it actually takes. So this one was a lot of fun to create. So I'm just going to show you how it opens up. So when it opens up like this, then you've got your decoration inside. And then right here you have where you can write a message, or you could stamp another sentiment there. I left it blank to write a message. And so I'm going to show you how to create this one first, and then our second card, I will show you that one when we get ready to create it. So I've gone ahead, I'll leave that right there so we can keep an eye on it and use it to create the next one. I may change things up just a little bit as far as decorations, we'll see. So I've gone ahead and pulled out 3 of the gears from the ephemera pack and then the little girl. Now what I did was, I just went and printed the digital for this one. So I'd already used the one out of the ephemera pack, so I just printed digitals for both of these actually. This one came from a digital as well. These pieces came from the ephemera pack when I made the sample. So that's the great thing about having the digital, you can print them over and over. There is also the stamp set that came in your kit that you could use to stamp it out and do your own coloring. Now this one I believe was colored by Meg, and so then I think these gears were colored by, I actually colored these gears. So for the digital. So I'm going to lay those aside. I've also picked out 3 of the papers from the paper pack that comes in the kit, and I've chose those for this card. And then I'm going to also be using the 8.5 by 11 sheet of white cardstock. So I'm going to move that one out of the way so I can bring in my paper trimmer. So what I want to do is I want to cut down this piece of white cardstock. Make sure I didn't have 2. It's fairly thick. You just want to make sure you don't have 2 of your pieces from your pack. So I'm just going to cut it down. I'm putting the 11-inch side to the top of my paper trimmer, and I'm going to cut it down at 5.5. So that's just going to cut it right down the middle of my 8.5 by 11 paper. So I'm going to set this one aside. And so this one, what I want to do is I want to cut it down to 8 inches. So I'm going to pull this out. So we'll cut the 8.5 side down to 8 inches. And then I want to cut the 5.5 inch side down to 5 inches. While I'm at it, I'm going to bring in my cardstock, the printed cardstock, and I'm going to cut this piece down, and I'm going to cut it at 4 inches. And I want to make sure I pay attention to the direction, so I want my boards going up and down like that. So I'm going to cut this at 4 inches with the boards going up and down. And then I'm going to turn it, I'm going to cut it at 5.25. I'm going to set that aside. And we'll set our paper trimmer aside for now, and then we'll come back to it later. So our piece that measures 8.5 by 5.5, we want to just score that in half. So I'm going to score that at 4.25. And then we'll just fold that in half, and we will have our A2 size card. That's our card base for this card. Just going to press that down really good. You could have just folded it, but I prefer scoring it because it is such thick cardstock. So then for our piece of paper that measures 8 by 5, what we want to do is we want to put the 8 inch side to the top of our scoreboard, and we want to score at 2 inches, again at 4 inches, and again at 6 inches. And that is it for the scoring. Put that here so we can keep an eye on it so you can see. So the one thing I did different was, so I cut, if you want to do the same as me and have this filled in, I cut this the same size as an A2 card. I cut it at 4.5. I cut it 4.25 by 5.5, and it filled up the inside. But I decided this time I wanted some white to frame around my card. So I did change it up just a bit. So I'm just going to glue that onto the front of my card. Now I am going to be using liquid glue. Your kit also comes with the tape runner. Some parts I'll use tape runner, but for this I want to get a good coating of glue. If you use your tape runner, you want to be sure you get it all over the entire piece. I've got a new bottle of glue here, so I'm going to be very careful that I don't make a huge mess with it. It's coming out really good. So I want to just add this to the front of this card, and since I cut it down a little bit, I want to center it so that I have my white border equal all the way around. Just press that down. Okay, so for this part, we're going to open it back up, and I'm going to bring in the rectangle die, that one of my favorite rectangle dies. So this one's 4 by 2 3/4, and that's the size I'm going to use. You could use a little bit bigger, just so it fits inside of this cardstock, the wooden cardstock. What I'm trying to say, the wooden print cardstock, just so that it fits inside of that. You don't want it to come too high up because you want to leave a little bit of card. So a little bit larger would work, but you don't want to go a lot larger. So let me show you. I have another one size in here. These are layered. Any layered rectangle dies will work. So this one is a little bit larger. That one probably would work. It's going to make it, you're going to have a lot less border here, so it might make it a little bit more flimsy, so I probably wouldn't go this large. So this one was 3.25 by 4.5. So try to find one that measures 2 3/4, close to 2 3/4 by 4, somewhere around there. Now, if you don't have dies, you could also go to your electronic cutting machine and you could cut it out, cut it out of the cardstock as well. If I did that, I probably would cut it out of this piece and the card base separate, and then just glue it on top of it. Glue the printed paper on top, because for me, lining it up in my machine, I don't always get it right. So I'd want to go ahead and just cut it out of the white card base and then the printed paper. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add this die here. I am going to take a little bit of low tack tape and just tape it on here. I am just centering it up from side to side and up and down, but I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be measuring it or worrying about how close it is, just so eyeballing it looks good. Now, I am taping it on the inside of the rectangle. That way, if it does tear off any, ink or anything, it's not going to be a big deal because we're going to cover this up. So now I'm going to take this over to my die cutting machine and I'm going to cut it out. And I did forget to mention, I am pre-recording this video, so I am going to be creating everything with you in real time so that you can craft along with me. Nothing's going to be edited out, but I won't be able to answer your questions in the chat because this is pre-recorded. But if you have any questions, I will be in the chatting, so I won't be able to answer it live from the video. But if you are in the chat and you have any questions, just ask away and I'll be in the chat as well and I can answer any questions. So I'm going to take this over to my die cutting machine and I will be right back. I'm not going to edit it out so that you have time to go to your die cutting machine and cut yours out as well. So here is the piece cut out. I'm just going to gently remove this tape because I do want to use that piece we just cut out. So we'll just take that. And like I said, it's okay if it tears the paper because we're going to cover this up anyway. So I'm just don't want to tear in all the way into it. It's okay if it, like, you see where it took the ink off, that's okay. That's not a big deal because we're going to cover that up. I just don't want to tear the actual paper and, destroy the integrity of it because I want the thickness of this paper, these two layers together. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to take this piece and I'm going to go back to my die cutting machine and I'm going to cut this out. Now I am going to make sure this time I'm not going to tape on the inside because I want this piece. This is the piece that I'm going to be using. So I will just tape a little bit on the outside. I'm trying to see which part of the flowers do I want. I think I want this part here. And then I'm just going to tape it down onto my platform that way. Now try to keep this clean. Don't put any tape on this because we are going to be using this side. So when you cut yours out, be sure to just come to the lower corner or upper corner, one of the corners, so that you can save the other side of your paper. And you do want to be mindful of the direction. So I'm doing, this direction because I want this to be the top. And so when I cut this piece, this will be the right direction as well. And so I need this piece. So that's why I'm kind of emphasizing that so you don't waste your paper. We're going to just make it all work out. So I'm just going to put a little bit right here. And then I'll come right back. So I'm just going to take this back to the die cutting machine and cut this one out. And I did forget to mention that when I cut this one out, this is really thick. So when you cut this one out, you may need to remove some of your shims or something depending on your die cutting machine. I did not. It was just a little harder to get it through the machine, but I didn't need to remove the shim. But some machines you might have to remove the shim. So I'm just going to get some of that tape got there. Okay, so now here is our rectangle that we cut out. And we didn't get any tape on it, so there, it's beautiful. And we're just going to layer this piece on top of this rectangle. Lay everything else aside for now. Now here's when you can use your double-sided tape. I think this part will work just fine for the double-sided tape. So I'm just going to take my tape runner and just try to get close to the edge though as I can so that it stays down. And the great thing about using tape runners, if you go off the edge, you can just take your finger and just, rub it, which I'm sure all of you already know that. But just in case there's some beginners in this class, I want to be sure that I share all the tips as though there are a lot of beginners as well, because I know that most of you are crafters and you already know all these things, but if there are any beginners, we forget sometimes that they may not know all of these things. So I will be sharing tips, and that is just for beginners, but hopefully that doesn't bother you. So we have that. So what I'm going to do now is let's just lay this aside for just a second, and let's bring in our scored piece. So what we want to do, and that scored piece is the piece that goes on the inside here. So you see how that is? So what we want to do is this is going to be my end piece here at the very end of my card. I'm just going to fold back on that. And I should say it's going to be this piece right here in my card. So I'm just folding back towards it. And then I'm just going to press. And this is fairly thick cardstock that's in, and there's really good cardstock that's in the kit, so you want to score really good. And if you don't get it lined up perfect, you might want to, I did get it off a little bit when I was pressing there. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, and so then we're going to take this one, and we're just going to fold it back towards us. And I'm going to make sure I get it straight here. When I fold it, get the edges lined up straight there. Just like that, and then I'm going to hold it down, get there right there. I'm going to hold it down, and then I'm going to press. And then I'll press right here again so that it's pressing on this piece. So we have that piece of it. So now we're going to fold this one. This is this is 2 inch, 2 inch, and then 2 inches. So this one we're going to fold down, or towards the back. Maybe I should say not down, but towards the back. And once again, I'm just going to press that so that we have something that looks like this. So we're going to bring our card base back. And what we want to do is we cut this so that it is shorter. So you're going to want to kind of even it out from top to bottom here, kind of getting the same border all the way around. So I'm just going to kind of look at that and kind of eyeball it, and then we'll glue that down. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to use liquid glue this time because I want it to be able to move for a second if I need it to. You could use your tape runner. Depends on what kind of glue you like best. I know some people like liquid glue best, and some people like tape runners best. I go through phases. I will use like a tape runner for a while, and then I switch to liquid, but most of the time I use liquid glue. I feel like I have more time to move everything, and I guess when it doesn't matter is when I use the tape runner, but I feel like I have more time to get everything adjusted when I'm using liquid glue. So here I'm just lining it up, making sure it's even spaced from the two ends and from the edge there. And then I'm just going to gently press it down because I don't want it to move. So I've got it where I want it. So you just want to press. Now I didn't say, but we're just adding glue to that first 2 inches that we scored. So that one is what we're adding the glue to. We're keeping all of this, no glue on it, just this piece. So then you'll have something like this. So now what you're going to do is take this piece here and fold it back to the edge, and then you can see here this piece should be right inside that fold. Mine is really close. I think it'll be fine. But if for some reason you got yours over too far, just go and trim a little off. Mine has just a hair on there that's might be just a little too much, so I'm just going to trim that off. So just trim, you're going to bring it back to your trimmer and just trim. Let me see if I can get that lined up straight though, so we don't make it crooked. Just going to trim a hair off there. There we go. That way it doesn't get in the way. Make sure it is going to be. So then when you put it there, you can see it's right inside that fold line, so that's perfect. So we're going to fold it up like this, and then we're going to fold this over. So I'm going to take a look and see. So we're going to add glue to just a small part of it. So we're just going to add glue right here, right on the edge here, down the edge this way, and here. So you could use your tape runner and just put a little there, like right there, and then down the edge, and then right here at the top there. I am going to add a little bit of my glue as well. kind of just showing you with the tape runner since you do have the tape runner in your kit. Now, you're not going to go all the way down here. You're just doing a little bit, just so this top edge here, so like when we fold this over, so let's just fold it over now, so that it's just gluing right here, down the edge here, and right here. We don't want this piece. So see, we want it to be free like that. So I'm just going to press it real good. And there, you want to keep this side free. And there we have this glued down. And so there it's attached. So we got our mechanism started. So then we're just going to bring in this piece that we've already created, and we're going to lay it right in that groove. And you want to make sure you fit it right back in that groove. But this time, instead of gluing on this side, on the left-hand side, we're only going to add glue to the right-hand side. But before I do that, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. We want to decorate the inside of this card before we do that. So we're going to bring in all of our leftover paper as well as our extra one. Oops, I tore that a little bit. We don't need that spot anyway. Okay, I almost lost this piece. So hold on to this piece as well. Hold on to all your pieces. Okay, so we're going to use this piece. So that one is going to go right here. So what we need to do is we're going to cut that one down to 2. So this is 2, excuse me. We're going to cut it down to 1 3/4. So 1 3/4. And so if you remember, this piece is 5 inches tall. So we're going to cut that down to 4 3/4. And that's just going to fit right inside of that piece. So then that's why I told you to save this piece. We're going to do the same thing with it. We're going to cut it down to 1 3/4 by 4 3/4. And that piece is going to go here. Now you could choose for it to go here and then, leave that blank. And have it like that. And I just realized that I forgot to show you to put this piece on underneath the, so if you see here, when I glued this one down, I did add a decorative piece underneath. You don't have to have that, and I'm not going to have it on this card because I totally forgot to tell you to do that. So we're just going to leave that off because I don't think it's necessary. And this time I think I'm going to leave it so that the center here is blank, and so you can see this beautiful flower on the other side. So that's how I'm going to do this one. Sometimes I do that. I don't think that you have to have that decorative piece. That was just the extra piece that I added in. But since I left it off, I don't think it's that big a deal. And when you're trying to film live, I can't edit it out, so we're just going to go with it, and I think it's going to be fine. So I'm just centering this piece up between all of the sides, top and bottom and the sides. And then this time I'm going to leave the sentiment spot here, and I'm just going to glue this one on right here. And that'll add a little bit more decoration on this side since I did forget that bottom piece. Oops, almost flipped that over. So then we're just going to center that up as well. And then just add it here. There we go. And so there we have, and so it's just a little bit cleaner on the inside. I kind of like it like that without the decorative piece. So you could do either way. So if you make another one, if you're making this one along with me, I do apologize that I missed that. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's fine without it. You can see what the difference is. And so it's a little different, but it's not that big a deal. But if you decide to make another one, then you could always add that one. And what I did was just cut it down the same size as this front piece. So now I'm just going to add this center piece. So what we're going to do, once again, is going to fill it back in here. And I just want to make sure that it's fitting right in that spot. And then I'm going to glue it onto this side. So what I want to do is I want to add glue to the right-hand side of this little rectangle. And I think I said at the beginning, you could use any layered rectangles that you have. This one has the stitching on it, but you could use going to do a little bit further over. You could use just some plain ones. I don't know how it would work with the scallop going in and out of this. I haven't tried it with a scalloped rectangle. I kind of wanted to stick with the straight edges. So now that I've got the glue on the right hand side, I'm just going to fit it down in here inside my frame, make sure I have everything. And I like to use liquid glue for this one so I have time to move it if I need to, but be careful because liquid glue does move. You don't want it crooked. You want it to fit right here inside your frame. So then when you open it and close it, it's fitting right in there. So I'm just going to press that down. And like I said, we only did the right hand side because we need this side to stay loose so it can open and close, just like this one. You can see that side is loose so it can open and close. Now you could have decorated that side as well. I never have with it because you're not going to see it. When you open the card, it's like this. And we're getting so many layers on the card, it does get very thick. So you want to make sure you don't get too many layers on it. So there is the actual working card. So now we're going to decorate the front of the card. I'm going to be using the Happy Mother's Day sentiment from the PDF. I also have this little wobbler that came in the kit. And I'm just going to fussy cut out the Happy Mother's Day. Now you could just, if you don't like fussy cutting, if you have a, what do you call it, a die that you want to use, like you could use like a rectangle die or some sort of die that you want to use, or if you have an electronic die cutting machine, you could cut around it with that. I'm just going to fussy cut around it really quickly. And so by doing so, I'm just going to kind of follow the lines of the words and just cut around, kind of rounding the edges a little when I go around parts of it. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. It's not really that important to get it just perfect, because once you get done with the whole card, it's going to look great and you're not going to notice exactly how you cut around each one. Just cutting it close to all the letters. So you can see, just going to cut it out like that. I might round that little edge there. I left a little tip there. There we go. And so then I'm just going to add that to the top here. Well, it's bothering me. It's not straight. I got to get it straight. There we go. And so then for the wobbler, I'm just going to bring in the little ephemera pieces, and I'm just going to layer those up because this wobbler is larger than the little girl. You can see, you would see, so I'm using the gears to kind of hide the wobbler so that she can be on it as well. So I kind of layer those up like that, and then I'm just going to add her on top of them. So I just want to take a little bit of glue and just attach those to each other. Oops. So I'm just going to bring it here. Just a little bit on the edge there. I will start back over here again to make sure I get it around there like I want it. Yes. And then I'm just going to add a little bit right here so you can see that third gear, because I like to do things in threes. So I'm going to do it like that. See how that looks, yeah. Then there's tape on these little wobblers, like that, so that you can attach them to your character and your pieces. So I'm just going to do it like this, and then I'm just going to attach these gears. I'm going to leave a little bit of that wobbler sticking out, and then I'll add glue to her on this side so that it can attach to the gears. Then I'm just going to attach her right there, kind of centering it over the wobbler as well. Let's just look and make sure she's kind of centered over it. I'm just going to attach her down there. Just press really good. And then I'll just put her on here. But I want to lay out the Happy Mother's Day just to be certain that I'm not going to cover it up. And what I did with that for the first card is I just popped that up with some foam dots. So I'm just going to do that again. Just add a bit. And yes, I printed onto some paper where I had printed the image wrong, but I try to use my paper up. So if I make a mistake, I just print on the back side that I can use, because no one's ever going to see that back side except for you all when I added the tape. And so then we're just going to add her. We want to be sure that we get her where she doesn't cover up Mother's Day. And I think she'll be perfect right there. So we're just going to remove the tape, or the cover of the tape on the back here. And this is probably the hardest part. When I made the other card, this was the hardest part, and this is the hardest part now. So I'm just going to take just a moment to get a hold of that. Let me find my awl, see if I can get a hold of it. If you have a pokey tool, it makes it so much easier to get up under there, and there you can pull it off. And we're just going to add her. Just be mindful where you're putting her. You don't want to cover up any of these edges so that it, blocks it from opening. So you want to get her far enough over she's not covering that. And then here at the bottom, my other foot touched, but your whole goal is to not touch all that. But you don't want her behind the Mother's Day either. So you're just trying to press it down really good. And I'm just reaching up under that wobbler, pressing it down to the card so it doesn't come loose. And it sticks really good. The glue's really good on those. And so then you have her spinning. She's super excited that it's Mother's Day. And then you just open your card. Now I think I may have got a little glue on the back of my card. That always happens when I'm crafting. I get glue on my table and then I get it on the backs. So you just clean it off with a glue eraser. No big deal. And if you have the tape runner, you'll just take your finger and you can rub it off too. And so then we have our card ready for Mother's Day. So I hope that you enjoyed seeing me create this one. So now I'm going to start the next card. So for our second card, we're going to be creating Dad a card or Father's Day card. But once again, this could be a birthday card. It could even be a get well card for a guy. It could be, or girl. This will work for either one. I say a guy because we got the little dude on it and we got the gears and things. But I think this would be perfect for any occasion. But I'm using it for Father's Day. So it's just an A2 size card where you can write a message on the inside. I haven't put a white cardstock in here yet. I like to write my messages on the white cardstock and then glue it on the inside, so I hadn't glued that in. But it is a little interactive. You've got the little arrow here that tells you to turn it up, and in my mind, I'm imagining that these gears are turning it, and as you turn it up, you can see the message, Happy Father's Day to a truly amazing dad. So this one's a lot of fun to create, and this one did have a lot of homework with it, just because I didn't know if everyone has dies. So if you don't have dies, then you could use your silhouette or your, the brother scan and cut, and what's the cry cut or cricket? I'm not sure how you say that, but you could use one of those to cut out your circles. And in the homework, I gave you the sizes that you need, so you could do that. Or if you just needed to hand cut them, that way you could do that for homework and have time to do it. But I've gone ahead and stacked all my stuff up here that we need. But first off, the first thing that you needed to do was take the craft cardstock that was in your kit, and it's 8.5 by 11. You're going to cut it down at 5.5, and you'll just set this aside for another card or project. And then I said to score it at 4.25, and then we'll just fold it on that score, and let's just press it down. I haven't pressed mine, I just have folded it, because this is really thick cardstock. It's really good cardstock. So then, you have your A2 size card base. Also for homework, we needed to cut a 1-inch circle. So you have your 1-inch circle there. You also needed to cut a circle that measured, this one is 3 1/4. So you need to do one around 3 1/4 to 3 1/2, whatever size you had, as long as it was within the 4-inch circle. So this one is about 4 inches. So mine is a 3 7/8. So as long as you have, and I put those measurements on there, like 3 7/8 to 4-inch circle, and then anything that will fit inside of that, then you can use any of those sizes. So I am going to have a sheet where you can get this font that it says Happy Father's Day to a truly amazing dad that Julie designed, but I have enlarged it for you to fit under this. So I will have that in the homework as well. And I guess you've already seen that to cut that out. And so then we have this piece that I said to cut to 4 by 5 1/4. And that's just going to go on the front of our card as well. Also, I've gone ahead and pulled off my stamp that I need. And it's the arrow that when you stamp it, you can have it pointing upwards. And so that one is, the one I'm using is right here at the bottom of your stamp set. And then You also were to choose from your ephemera pack or to go ahead and stamp and color in. You know, one of the images I listed that I was using the fox, but you could choose any image that you wanted to, and then choose 3 of the gears. So I've colored these in for the digital, and so what I did is I just went ahead and printed them out and cut those on my Silhouette Cameo. And this was the fox that I colored. Actually, let me take that back. These are not the ones I colored in. I colored in the ones from the previous card. These are colored in by one of the other designers, and I cannot remember who, so I'm sorry I said that. I got mixed up, but these aren't the ones I colored in. But I did just print them out and cut them out with my Silhouette Cameo. And then this is the fox that I did color in. And once again, since that image was already in the PDF, I just printed it out and cut it on my Silhouette Cameo as well, so that I would have that ready today. And then I'm also bringing in these foam dots, but if you've already used them for another card, or if they call for it in another card, you could either use foam dots that you already have, or you can just cut some of your scrap paper that, when we cut this up, we had this scrap paper, just cut several little squares and glue them on top of each other, and you can make yourself, it's not foam dots, but it'll be thick enough to hold your gears up. And what I'm doing, so I made these gears flat, but this time we're going to pop them up, I do believe. So that's why I planned for the foam dots. And then I think that's everything that we need. So let's go ahead and get started. This one's going to be a fairly quick one. So this is our 3 7/8 or 4-inch circle, and I have gone ahead with some ink. I just used some, this one's Potting Soil, but there's all different brown colors from all different companies. And so I've just gone and I've just kind of flicked my sponge across the edge. I kind of did this ahead of time, I wasn't thinking, but I just inked the edge of this circle just to kind of frame it out, just to give it, you know, so it'll pop up on our paper and show up. Now I am going to bring in my awl, but you can, I know that some have this punch as well that you could use, but I'm just going to use my awl for this in case you don't have that. And I forgot to add, we're supposed to bring out, and let me see where mine's at, it's really tiny, and I may have, that's another supply I forgot to mention. So in your kit, you're going to have, it may be silver or it may be gold, a little metal brad. And so mine is black, it's just from my stash, but you're going to have that to make this. Okay, so we're going to bring in these 2 circles, and what I want to do is I want to center this one. We're not gluing or anything right now, we're just using this to figure out where our circle is going to be in relation on our card. So what I want to do is I want to make sure I have this pretty much centered up under my circle so I can decide where I want to put my brad. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my brad, probably, this is 12 o'clock, then it's probably close to 11 o'clock here, if it was on the clock. So we're just going to take the awl and press a little hole there. Now, like I said, you could use your little, if you have one of those itty bitty punches, the kind for little brads, you could use that. I don't know if the camera's going to focus. It's just got that little bitty hole punch there. You could use that as well. So now we're going to change it back this way, and we're going to take our brad, we're going to stick it through the top here, and then through our circle. And that way, and we're just going to make sure we line that up straight. And then I'm just going to press this down. Very simple. Very, very simple. So then I want to just add glue to this back circle. And yes, I printed this onto some scrap paper where I had been printing some of the digitals from the kit. So I messed up on the color here, so I just reused my paper. I don't like to waste. So I'm just going to make sure this is lined up and centered like we had it before. And then I'm just going to add glue to the small circle only. Just go around here, just add a little bit of wet glue, but you also could use your tape runner here. I didn't even think about it till just now after I started adding the glue. And then what I want to do is just add that to this piece of cardstock. So I do want to make sure I keep everything held there, like make sure it's, you know, centered up. And then I'm just going to press this down. But before I press, I want to take and move this one out of the way. And I want to make sure that I have, well, I want to do it again real quick and make sure I have everything lined up top and bottom like I want it. And I do want to move it down just a little. And I want to make sure that my Father's Day is not crooked where it says Happy Father's Day. I want to be sure that the wording is straight before I totally press it down. So that's why I like the wet glue for that part too. And then you could just press it down, and then you have your card here. So then just press that. So next, this, like I said, this one's really simple. We're just going to add this to our card base by just adding a little, I'll use my tape runner for this part. So you just want to use it around the edge. Go tight to the edge, and then, oops, I went over too far. I'm going to have to get that off the back of my piece here. Just rub that off, make sure. And then just go across the middle. And then we're just going to add this to our card base. And you just want to be sure that you center that up on your card base. It doesn't have to be perfect, just eyeball center. And then we're going to add our little arrow. So we just want to stamp that. So we want to take and just stamp the arrow on the edge of our little 1-inch circle, just like that. And then we're just going to, okay, I don't like how that looked. I think I pressed too hard. So I'm just going to do that again. I like that better. Yeah, I don't want to press too hard on these little stamps. And so then what I want to do is figure out where on the edge I want it. And mine's going to hang over just a little, I do believe. Well, I can move this down. Let's see, let's line this up. So you want to try to make it so that it's right on the edge of your card. It doesn't hang over too far, because then you won't be able to put it in the envelope. So then I'm just going to add some glue to this from the front, on the front side, but opposite of our arrow. And I'm just going to take the tip here. I was looking around to see. I got too much there. Like I said earlier, this is a new bottle of glue, so it's coming out really good. So then I want to make sure I have this lined up where I like it. And then I'm just going to put this in here. Now I'm just gluing it to the back of the one piece that's going to move. Oops. Slid down just a little. But then you just want to put that there and press. And my piece is wanting to fold a little, so we're just going to, could be where I had it laying. There we go. So that's our little arrow. So then we're just going to add our fox and then our gears. So the gear here, the reason we're going to pop it up is so that we can kind of hide that we have that on the side. So when I did this one flat, you can feel it there, but it's not that bad, but I decided I wanted to pop it up. So I'm going to use these little dots that came in the kit. But you can also pull some from your stash. Just kind of get an idea about where I'm putting it. So let's see here. Might want to put another one on there. Let's see. I'm going to put some dots around the brad, so that we can kind of have it sticking up there. So then I'm going to have that one just popped up. We can decide where we want the next one, just under it. I may not even pop that one up. I just may pop up every other one. And that way we have our gears popped up. And then, because all gears is not going to be on the same level, I don't think. There'll be different spots. Well, I guess they have to touch though, don't they? We're just pretending anyway. Just look and see if I like that like that. And I do. I do like it with its different heights. And then I'm just going to put it around it like this. And then I'll put the fox on. I'm trying to decide. I may want to pop that one up too, so that it's even with the rest. So I'm just going to use the rest of the foam, so it'll be exact same foam size. I'm just going to use the foam that's left over when you pull the dots off. You will be able, with me, you can see I just don't like to waste anything because it's still very usable. I like to use everything up, not waste. So there we go. I'm going to have that lined up like this so I can kind of see where I'm going with this. And then this one will go right over here. You do want to space your foam dots or if you cut the paper up like I said and you glue that on, you just want to space it so that you do have room for these to overlap each other and the foam dots not getting away. So there we go. So I do like that. And so then you could pop him up if you wanted, but I'm going to glue him down. I think he's so cute. These stamps and ephemera pieces and paper are so adorable. I love the theme on them. I like steampunk, but this isn't so out there steampunk either, that you can, even if you're not into a lot of steampunk, this still is a cute set to have. So then I'm just going to, since I popped it up and I moved things over a little bit, it's just going to be in a little bit different spot, but I don't think I ever make anything exactly the same twice. I'm always changing it up a bit. So there is our completed card. This one came together really quickly, especially since we had all of the pieces ready the night before. And so, and then if you didn't do the homework the night before and you want to make this, you're watching this and you want to make it later on, not while you're watching, I did give all the measurements so you can still go and create this. So I really have enjoyed being a part of the Paper Escape virtual retreat, the Staycation. I have enjoyed creating these cards and sharing them with you. I hope that you have enjoyed it, and I hope that you will enjoy the entire retreat and enjoy all the other lessons and classes that are part of this retreat. I'm looking forward to seeing the other classes and cards from all the other designers. They have some really adorable looking cards. So I am so excited to watch that as well. So thank you all so much for watching, and I hope that these have inspired you to, to either craft along today or to craft later after watching. And that had a little bit of glue on it, so I had to clean it off. But I do appreciate you watching, and thank you so much for joining us on this retreat. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the day. Bye.
How amazing was Susan's class? I just love that she made both a Mother's Day card and a Father's Day card, not only because those occasions are coming up, so hopefully you've got some ideas, or maybe you've already got your card made for your mom and dad, but I just love Susan's style. She does steampunk so well. If you like Susan's style of crafting and her flair for card making, then check her out here on YouTube. She is at Make & Craft Studio. I know I always go to Susan's channel when I want to see maybe a bit of junk journaling or album making. Susan also does lots of cards, and she just does the whole shabby chic junk journaling look so well, and she makes it look so effortless. So I hope you'll follow her, check her out here on YouTube and across all of the socials. And if you crafted along today, I hope you'll share your makes with us over in the private Facebook group. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, that means maybe you haven't checked your email, because if you officially registered, whether that's for the free ticket, the bonus ticket, or the VIP ticket, in your email confirmation of your retreat registration, you will have received an invitation to join us over on Facebook. I know I would love to see what you've made, and I'm sure Susan would love to see your creations as well. All right, friends, up next we have two more amazing classes from the one and only Debbie J of Debbie J's Crafting Corner. Get your supplies out and let's start crafting with Debbie.
Card making secrets and techniques so new. We're crafting right along with you. It's a paper escape. Let's create and celebrate. Come and craft the stress away. We've got live streams every day. Cut full glue and spill the tea. You're invited and it's free. A fun-filled getaway of crafts, laughs, and more. It's the paper escape. Let your creativity.
Hi guys, I'm Debbie with Debbie J's Crafting Corner, and I am so excited to be escaping with you guys today. This event is a special place for us to slow down and reconnect with our creative side, something that's been a big priority for me lately. We are all going to be using the same kit today, but I did want to go ahead and show you the cards that I'm going to be creating. I'm going to start off with this fun whimsical shaker card featuring this steampunk kitty. Yeah, I can't speak. Steampunk kitty, and we're going to have a dapper pilot bunny for those legendary birthdays. Both of these focus on clean layers and beautiful foiling. I love foil. When I'm not crafting for events like this, I'm usually hanging out live with my community of crazy crafters. We're all about having fun together and encouraging each other through our artistic journeys. My motto has always been that if I can make it, you can too, and I hope these cards inspire you today. These cards are just simply adorable. I'm going to go ahead and start off. I think I'm going to start off actually with this one. It's going to be quicker and easier. And one thing I did do ahead of time is I went ahead and colored and cut out some of the other pieces. You may have some ephemera pieces in your kit, but I went ahead and colored some up using the stamp set. So for this card, this is my cute little bunny. We're going to be using a piece of craft cardstock for our card base. We're going to use some white cardstock for the mat, and that is, of course, what I did all of our images on. And we've got a couple of other things. I've got this piece of pattern paper that was in the kit, and actually I have more bunnies. I think I'm still going to use that one. If you receive the kit, you may have some already pre-colored up images, so you could use those, or I recommend as homework, go ahead and get your images all colored and cut out ahead of time. Then it's going to be really quick and easy to assemble the card. So for the main piece here, I'm going to use this lovely text. I'm going to cut that down to about 3 3/4 by 5. Yeah, 3 3/4 by 5. And that's because I'm going to have 2/8 of an inch pieces going in. So this piece needs to be smaller. So again, that is 3 3/4 by 5 inches. So that's a little less than an A2. And then we're going to do the same kind of thing with our piece of white. This one needs to be 4 by 5 1/4. And we're just going to use our tape runner to put these together. I'm also going to pull out a tool that I love to use, and that is my Pear Blossom Press T-Square. This is the A7 size, and it allows me to make a perfect 1/8 of an inch matting layer on my cards and get everything positioned pretty much perfect. Now, it is only perfect, of course, if I cut it right, which it looks like this one was a little bit off. That's okay. And I'm going to take my other piece of cardstock. This is the craft cardstock, and I'll go ahead and score that one at 4 1/4 to create my card base. And I always fold it with this indent part on the outside. Those fibers are already broken down, so it's going to fold a lot nicer and not have an issue with cracking. If you have issues with cracking, you may want to just spritz your cardstock before you do this. And I'll go ahead and put this down. Actually, on my first one, I used some foam. I'm going to use some foam for this. This is one of those things that I love to use on all my cards. This one is just some Scotch foam that I get from Amazon. It's an 1/8 of an inch thick, so it's nice and thin and doesn't cause too much bulk when going through the mail. So I'm going to pop this up on some foam. And then to make sure that I put it in place correctly, I'm also going to add a little bit of glue to the back of the foam. Now, that reason for that is it gives me a little bit of wiggle room. The liquid glue makes it so this will slide a little bit if I need it to. So making sure that this is right side up, because I kind of want that part up at the top. Again, using my T-square. And just pop that right down. There we go. I'm wanting to actually add a little bit of foam to my critters here too. So the layout, I'm going to go with the same layout here. So I'm going to go ahead and put my little bunny down. Actually, before I do that, I kind of want those gears laying flat. Our bunny's going to pop up. He's so cute. Anyway, let's go ahead and grab a few gears. I'm going to put some down at the bottom as well. Yeah, with that one. And then I'll have my bunny right there in the center. I kind of like that. It draws your eye that way. I like the way that that one looks. And we can go ahead and pop these down with either some glue or, again, our tape runner. Okay, and then I can put my bunny on with the foam. Gives it a little bit of dimension, pops up just a touch. I think that foam just gives it that little bit of extra. Other than that, we just need sentiments, and I'm going to be doing that after we get most of these done because we're going to be doing some foiling for our sentiments. Next, we're going to work on this fun shaker card. Now, the products you're going to need should be in your kit. We need a piece of white cardstock for our card base. We've got our teal, and I have another piece that's already cut down because we only need half of it. We're going to need a piece of acetate. That's for the cover of our shaker. And then we're going to need some pattern paper. I chose this one. It's really, really pretty. And that's going to be for our background and for our frame. Then, of course, we need our cute kitty, and like the bunny, I did go ahead and color some of those up. Plus, there were some that were already included in the box, in the kit. So, another thing that I did ahead of time, and this should have been part of your homework, is I cut out some frames. Now, the frames that I'm using are using a die from Spellbinders called Postage Edge Circles. I would just say use whatever round circle die you have. I like this because the postage frame kind of makes it look like another gear, so it'll go great with all the others. So I did it a couple of different ways. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those things, and that will stack up nicely to make our shaker well. So that's what we're doing. We're basically building up that well. It's going to be a perfect circle so that nothing can escape. And they're getting caught on each other. It is what it is, right, guys? So we're going to glue all of these together. But another option would be to use some craft foam and cut it out that way. So this is another one where I cut the frame out, and this would work well as a shaker frame as well, or as a shaker well. So you can use either one or a combination. I'm going to actually use, believe it or not, I'm going to be using the cardstock version, make it a little bit more sturdy and such. And we do need to cut out a couple more pieces to be able to get that all finished up. So I am going to pull back out my die here. And I used an idea from Louisa Hensel. I'm probably still saying her name wrong. She did a video recently where she basically created her own thinlits out of her multiple dies for different sets by using tape and cardstock. So I made it so that all of these are exact by taping them together like this, and that way it doesn't come apart. I do need one more like this, but then I'm going to have to take it apart because I need to cut my acetate. I probably should have done that first. So let's get this stuff out of the way for a sec. And this is where I need to decide what do I want from the pattern to show in the background. And I think I actually want it to come over a little bit more and have a little bit more of this showing this time. I think I had it set about like that on the last card. You can do what you want with whichever paper you decide to use. Let's get out our die cutting machine. And I do want it about there, and luckily this is about the right size. I am going to take out a little bit of craft tape though. This is a low tack tape. You could use mint tape. This one is from Spellbinders. It is the best ever craft tape. I'm just going to tape that in place, and this is so that it doesn't move and I keep the design where I want it. I'm going to put this face down to keep everything nice and sturdy or nice and flat. And then I'm going to bring out a second plate. I use my magic mat as the second plate when I'm die cutting. It has saved my plates. And all I'm doing right now is I'm cutting the circle for the background, and I'm cutting this lovely frame that's going to match perfect. Okay, now I can take this piece off. And I don't really want to rip it, which is one reason why I was using low tack tape, because this is still pretty. I can use it on another project. Next, I'm going to remove the top frame. I think I'm going to try to keep this whole thing, but I'm going to take the outer frame off, assuming it comes off of the tape easily without destroying the cardstock, because it might. Because what I need now is I need a acetate piece that's my outer frame. And if I'm able to leave it on here, then I'll be able to put this back in place and make some perfect circles, perfect ring frames later. And it's working. Yay. I had not tried this part before, guys. Sorry about that. Experimentation is part of the fun. Okay, so now I'm going to, and look, it holds it in place. I'll be able to put it right back down as long as the tape stays sticky. Alrighty, so now I need to cut a piece of acetate. So let me grab that back out. And let's clean that up a little bit first. I'm just going to wipe it off real quick. I'm going to go ahead and die cut, and I want to try to make sure I put plenty of pressure. I'm going to go ahead and just put it back down the same way we did the other. We're going to try it that way. Sometimes there's additional issues. And I'm going to take one of my old plates that is yucky and have it so it cuts into that one. We're just going to run that through, and hopefully it will cut through the acetate without a problem. Most of the time I don't have a problem. Occasionally I do. I can hear it. I think it went through fine. Let's take a look. And it cut out perfectly. Now, if you go with a thicker acetate, it may not cut as cleanly as that, and you may have to do a little bit extra. But anyway, that turned out perfect. Okay, so next is the time-consuming part of putting all of those little frames together. I'm just going to use some liquid glue for that. I find that that holds it better. And I'm using some Barely Arts glue that's in my Precision glue press. I have 2 bottles for this. The other one has a bigger nozzle. I'm going to use the fine tip for this part of it. And I use both of the bottles all the time. Now, one thing I should have thought of first, and this is just so it'll give it more time to dry, I'm going to go ahead and adhere my acetate down onto one of the frames. Not that one, let's go with this one. I'm going to sandwich it between one of the frames and our pretty outer frame. So here's my acetate. I'll go ahead and put that one down and make sure everything lines up. Now, when you're using liquid glue, it does take longer to dry. Most of the time I will use a double-sided adhesive for this, but for this type of frame, it's really not going to work unless I have it already pre-cut and on the back of some cardstock, so it's easier to work with. Okay, so the outer window is done. I just need to set it off to the side under an acrylic block so that it has time to dry. And then once I get done with all the rest of these, I can combine them. So let's go ahead and finish putting this one together. I still have several rings to add on, and that should give it mostly enough time for that glue to dry. So I put it on there, and then with the edges of my fingers, I just am able to line it up perfectly between my fingers. In case you're wondering what I'm doing to get everything lined up so perfect. And it's close. And now you can see how thick that is. We have lots of room for our shaker bits to shake around. And this last piece, of course, was the foam, and you could use that one instead. So here's a look at what both of them look beside each other. This one is a little bit more squishy, and it is faster, but this is going to be a lot stronger. Okay, let's see about this. I'm going to say it's close. You can see that some of it is not quite dry. You can see some of the white, but I think it's close enough for us to use it. So I'm going to go ahead and put this down on the top here. And there we go. So now our shaker well and window is done. I am going to put that to the side and add that acrylic block to the top again. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start assembling the rest of our card. Now, I think yes, I did. I left my little kitty and her balloon over here in the other bag. So let's go ahead and grab them because those are the ones I want to use today. So here's our main panel. Let's lay it down. Make sure it is the right size. So right now this is at 4 1/4. Actually, yeah, it's at 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. So I do need to trim that down a little bit because as you noticed on my main card, I like to have it down just a touch. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut a 1/4 inch off of 2 sides, and that's going to give me that 1/8 of an inch all the way around. Whenever you're trying to calculate how much you need to cut off for one of your mats, basically take the size that you want for the edge for the mat and double it, and that's all you need to cut off. So I want an 1/8 of an inch, so I'm going to cut this down to 4. by 5 1/4, and that's going to give me 1/8 of an inch white frame, white mat around my panel when I put it on my card base. Okay. I also left my other bits in here too. It looks like I've got some of, there we go. I've got some more little gears that I colored up. There were some included in the kit. However, I didn't have enough. So not for as many gears as I put onto my cards. I love those little things. I think they are just adorable, which is also why I pulled out some press and seal. I want to put down my gears the way I want them. And then I'm going to use the press and seal to tell me exactly, actually I'm going to use the press and seal to hold it in place where I want it. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use this just to hold my little combo of gears in place. So now what we can do, I'm going to go ahead and adhere this down. This time I am going to use my other bottle that's got the bigger tip on it. You don't have to do this. This is just me. I find it more convenient to be able to use both. And I want to make sure I come somewhat close to the edge, because this is also going to be the backing, the part that goes inside that well. And I think I want it to show a little bit more, so I'm going to put it up a little bit higher there, and right there in the center of my card. Adhere that down well. I'm going to use some anti-static powder so that hopefully my shaker bits won't do anything really weird and stick places I don't want it. Now we're going to just put some right there in the center. And these are glitter. We've got small and chunky glitter. So it shouldn't have much trouble when it comes to the depth of our shaker window. If you have a flat shaker, the flatter the bits you have, the better. And I'm going to also spread them out a little bit just in case there's any thickness. It looks like the stars. These are little acrylic stars, and some of them do not want to come apart. That is fun. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put some glue on the rim of this as well, just like we did before. Okay. And lining up the design, and place it right on top and put the acrylic block on there for a minute. Okay, so while we're doing that, let's see, what do we have left? All that's left is to put our kitty and our gears and our balloon in place, and then we also need to do the foiling. So I do have out right now my Gina K Fuse tool, all heated up, ready to go, and I do have some foil handy, so I'm going to do that in just a minute, where that's going to give us our sentiments for both of the cards. There we go. That, I think, looks great. I am going to put a little bit of foam underneath. So let me grab out my foam. I do not know if there was any in the kit. I don't think there was, but if there was any foam in the kit, you can use that. This, I think, is basically, let's see how thick it is. I want to have about the thickness of my well, and I think that this is basically half the thickness. So I'm going to cut these pieces for my little girl here. I only need some to go down here under her legs. So the fastest, easiest way to do double-sided or double thick foam, if you don't have double thick foam, is to use your regular and fold it in half, and then you can cut it down to size. And okay, it looks like I could use a little bit more, and that is fine. I'm glad that I don't have too much. I do need to trim it a little bit though, because it was showing behind her leg, and we don't want that. I think that's going to be perfect. And actually, that's all that I'm going to add. I don't think I need any additional, but I do need a little glue to go onto her as well. So, needs to go right over here on the frame. And right up there, I believe. That should be about right. There we go. So she is in place. So what I did is I just glued her to the frame itself. Didn't put any glue on the acetate because as I mentioned before, it doesn't really like to stick anyway. And I've got the foam that's holding her on here too. So our blimp, we're going to do the same thing with some double thick foam up at the top. Okay, and then some glue going across the frame. And one thing I do like about this glue is it does dry clear and matte. So even though I was a little bit to the outside there, it's okay because it's not going to really be seen. Okay, there we go. And then we can do the same thing with these. I do need a little bit of foam to go on this outside part. So making myself a double thick piece here. There we go. I like that. I am going to glue these guys together with a little bit of glue there. And I do need to put some glue here on the edge. And I'm probably going to come back in and add a little bit more glue too, just to be on the safe side. Okay, and looking at it, I think I need a little bit more foam underneath there, so I can still add more. Yeah, a little piece right there would work. I'm just going to take the release paper off of both sides. Actually, let's trim this down a little bit just in case. I think I might have gotten a little bit too long of a piece. I'm going to take the release paper off of both sides and then use my tweezers to tuck it in where I want it. There we go. And now that's got a little support and it's holding everything together, and it looks like everything is held on nicely. So this is mostly done. All I need now are our sentiments and to mount this down onto a card base. So let's go ahead and get that card base ready. So you should have a piece, if you got the kit, you should have a piece of white cardstock, and I'm just going to use a scoring tool, or you could just fold it in half and that'll be fine. I like doing this because it reduces the chance of it trying to crack. And I always fold against that crease. So that's going to be on the outside. And then I burnish it down well so that the card will close nicely. And then we're going to take out our tape runner and just add this panel to the back. Now I am going to be careful because I believe everything is cured enough, but I am going to be a little extra cautious with using my panel here. And I am putting a lot of this adhesive down. And then, like before, I'm going to take out my trusty T-square so I can use that jig, making sure everything is face up. I have accidentally put things down backwards. And then lining it up with that blue line there. And it's trying to catch on my kitty. That's okay. There we go. So that is pretty much done. All we need to do is that little bit of foiling. And if you haven't done foiling with a laminator before, this is going to, or even if you have, this will be a good refresher for you. You basically just need to have a nice hot laminator. The sentiments I'm using are ones provided as a digi in the kit. And I've got a few of them already picked out. For this card, we're going to use Geared Up for a Legendary Year and Birthday Wishes. And then for this card, I'm going to use Sky High Wishes. So the Gina K Fuse tool comes with a carrier, a little laminator carrier thing for your foiling. Let me grab that out. So the Gina K Fuse comes with a carrier here. This is what you put your item that you want to foil, and you use your foil in. If you don't have that, you could also use parchment paper. I've gotten lots of really good results with other laminators with that. But again, it does have to be hot enough. Also, the sentiments we're doing, these are not printed on a inkjet. These are printed out on a laser jet. You need the toner to act as the adhesive. So that's how this is going to work. Our machine is going to heat up the toner, and the foil is going to stick to that adhesive. And you want to use regular foil, not hot foil. If you use hot foil, it'll still work. However, don't spend the money on the hot foil and not use it with your hot foil system. It is more expensive because hot foil has got an adhesive built into that gray backing. This does not. So this will not work with, say, your glimmer system. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put one of my sentiments in here. I'm going to take a brush to brush off any dust that may be on my foil. Actually, let's do that on this part too. Brush off any excess toner that might be on there. And then I'm going to cut it down to size because I don't really need that whole piece, right? And I'll put it inside my carrier, and we'll run that through the machine. So this is going to give it a little bit of pressure and some heat to heat up that toner, to turn it into an adhesive, get it a little bit sticky, get it a little bit melted so that it's going to have that foil attached to it. While we're doing that one, we might as well get the next one ready to go. Okay, so that one is done. I'm going to swap these out and go ahead and run the second one through. And you notice that it stays nice and flat. If it gets wrinkled, sometimes it will have an effect on your image. So let's go ahead and take a look. And that turned out perfect. So now I just need to fussy cut that out. Let me get it into, there we go. There's the shine. I love, love, love foil. So now I just need to fussy cut that one out to put onto my card. I'm going to go ahead and get my last sentiment ready to go through the machine. And this doesn't take any kind of time at all, and you can add nice little accents just with a little bit of toner printing and your laminator or Gina K Fuse tool, or if you have a Mink machine, those work just as well. Okay, so this one says birthday wishes, all nice and shiny. Love it, love it, love it. So I'm going to do a little bit of a bubble cut, kind of like what you would get if you had this sentiment as a cutting die. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just want it to look kind of like it was die cut out. So I'm going nice and slow and just turning my paper. You want to do this every time you're doing fussy cutting. Just turning my paper instead of the scissors, although I think I'm kind of moving my scissors a little bit, but that's okay. And I have gotten better results if I don't try to cut it right down at the end of, oh, that's awesome. Right down at the end, at the tip. I'll go ahead and put this one onto our balloon. I think that's perfect placement. Go ahead and put that onto our balloon. And the shaker card will be done. And now we just need to fussy cut out these other two sentiments. So pretty. Go ahead and fussy cut those out and put them onto our little aviator, our bunny pilot. There we go. Just a little bit of glue and this one will be done. There we go. I love how these cards turned out. I hope you enjoyed this too. And I would love to see what you create. I'm sure that there's going to be a way that you can tag all the folks in the Paper Escape, but be sure to tag me at Debbie J's Crafting Corner or even send me pictures. I want to see what you make. Anyway, you guys have a wonderful day. Enjoy the rest of the retreat, and I will see you guys in the next video. Bye, guys.
I just love all of the tips and tricks that Debbie shared in her class today. From making a shaker card without any foam, I love that she just die cut multiple times to build up that dimension of her shaker frame, to foiling digital sentiments. I think that's brilliant. What a great way to add some shine to your sentiments and even customize them so that you're not just printing them in black. You can then foil them, whatever color foils you have. But I think my favorite tip is using that press and seal. I love how she arranged her gears just right, and then she put her press and seal right over top to hold them in place so that she can then just apply glue on the backside. Brilliant. I usually just take a photo and then I refer to my photo when I try to rearrange it, but I think I'm going to be using some press and seal in my future cards. So big thank you to Debbie. If you enjoyed Debbie's class, I hope you'll go check out her channel here on YouTube. She is Debbie J's Crafting Corner. Debbie goes live, I think, just about every day. So she's great fun to hang out with. If you're looking for some live streaming fun, swing on by Debbie's channel. She live streams probably more than anyone I know, and she's always got such a vibrant, fun community in her live chat. Debbie also designs for multiple different companies and shares amazing projects, from Spellbinders to Pear Blossom Press. She's just amazing, and she always has a fun, interactive, creative aspect to her card making. So I hope you'll follow Debbie on all of the socials. And next up, we do have another instructor, Julee Tillman, who's going to teach another 2 cards. Julie's got a really fun easel card. I've made loads of easel cards, but never one like this. So I'm really excited to try this out for myself. And her second card is a really fun fold card as well, which has the added option, if you wanted to make it interactive, you could add like a little wobbler element to it also. I love that Julie kind of showed us 2 different variations of her card, and so it kind of shows you and gives you some different ideas. But I love that peekaboo card. Loads of fun. Her class isn't coming up straight away though. We're gonna have a little bit of a break, so you've got some time to maybe clear up your desk. If you're anything like me, it's probably a whirlwind on your tabletop right now. So take a moment and maybe clear things off a little bit. Bring out your homework for Julie's class and Letty's class. And I think we've got enough time to go grab ourselves a nice crafty snack and hydrate a little. So just be sure to come back at noon Pacific time. So at the top of the hour, we're going to start off with Julee Tillman's class. See you in a bit.
Clear off the table, find your favorite chair. There's a hum of inspiration in the morning air. Grab your bone folder and your sharpest shears. The best weekend of the season is finally here. From a simple blank page to a work of art, we're building something special straight from the heart. Learn from the experts, the friends that you know. They'll take it step by step, nice and slow. Watch it on YouTube, it's all for free. A front row seat for the whole community. Card making secrets and techniques so new. We're crafting right along with you. It's the paper escape, let's create and celebrate. Come and craft the stress away. We've got live streams every day. Cut, fold, glue, and spill the tea. cheer, the best retreat of the whole dang year. If you want a little more to explore, the bonus ticket opens up the door. An extra day of classes right on your screen, complete with coolest printables you've seen. And for the VIP, the ultimate prize, a box full of beautiful crafty supplies, stamps, papers, and goodies galore. Everything you love and a whole lot more. It's a paper escape. Let's create and celebrate. Stamp and sparkle, learn and play. Inspiration's on the way. Twist and show us your take. Jump on in, it's your time to shine at the Paper Escape, where we craft and unwind. Yeah, it's more than just paper, more than just glue. It's the joy of creating something brand new. We'll see you at the Paper Escape. Clear off the table, find your favorite chair. There's a hum of inspiration in the morning air. Grab your bone folder and your sharpest shears. The best weekend of the season is finally here. From a simple blank page to a work of art, we're building something special straight from the heart. Learn from the experts, the friends that you know. They'll take it step by step, nice and slow. Watch it on YouTube, it's all for free. A front row seat for the whole community. Card making secrets and techniques so new. We're crafting right along with you. It's the Paper Escape. Let's create and celebrate. Come and craft the stress away. We've got live streams every day. Cut full glue and spill the tea. You're invited and it's free. A fun-filled getaway of crafts, laughs, and more. It's the Paper Escape. Let your creativity soar. Chat with friends, old and new. Craft along, we're right with you. Classes, workshops, crafty cheer. The best retreat of the whole dang year. If you want a little more to explore, the bonus ticket opens up the door. An extra day of classes right on your screen, complete with coolest printables you've seen. And for the VIP, the ultimate prize, a box full of beautiful crafty supplies, stamps, papers, and goodies galore. Everything you love and a whole lot more. It's a Paper Escape. Let's create and celebrate. Stamp and sparkle, learn and play. Inspiration's on the way. Twist and show us your take. Jump on in, it's your time to shine at the Paper Escape, where we craft and unwind. Yeah, it's more than just paper, more than just glue. It's the joy of creating something brand new. We'll see you at the Paper Escape. Clear off the table, find your favorite chair. There's a hum of inspiration in the morning air. Grab your bone folder and your sharpest shears. The best weekend of the season is finally here. From a simple blank page to a work of art, we're building building something special, straight from the heart. Learn from the experts, the friends that you know. They'll take it step by step, nice and slow. Watch it on YouTube, it's all for free. A front row seat for the whole community. Card making secrets and techniques so new. We're crafting right along with you. It's the paper escape, let's create and celebrate. Come and craft the stress away. We've got live streams every day. Cut full glue and spill the tea. You're invited and it's free. A fun-filled getaway, crafts, laughs, and more. It's the paper escape, let your creativity soar. Chat with friends, old and new. Craft along, we're right with you. Classes, workshops, craft each year. The best retreat of the whole dang year. If you want a little more to explore, the bonus ticket opens up the door. An extra day of classes right on your screen, complete with coolest printables you've seen. And for the VIP, the ultimate prize, a box full of beautiful crafty supplies, stamps, papers, and goodies galore. Everything you love and a whole lot more. It's a paper escape, let's create and celebrate. Stamp and sparkle, learn and play. Inspirations on the way. Ink it, blend it, share your makes. Add your twist and show us your take. Jump on in, it's your time to shine at the paper escape, where we craft and unwind. Yeah, it's more than just paper, more than just glue. It's the joy of creating something brand new. We'll see you at the paper escape. Clear off the table, find your favorite chair. There's a hum of inspiration in the morning air. Grab your bone folder and your sharpest shears. The best weekend of the season is finally here. From a simple blank page to a work of art, we're building something special, straight from the heart. Learn from the experts, the friends that you know. They'll take it step by step, nice and slow. Watch it on YouTube, it's all for free. A front row seat for the whole community. Card making secrets and techniques so new. We're crafting right along with you. It's the paper escape, let's create and celebrate. Come and craft the stress away. We've got live streams every day. Cut full glue and spill the tea. You're invited and it's free. A fun-filled getaway, crafts, laughs, and more. It's the paper escape, let your creativity soar. Chat with friends, old and new. Craft along, we're right with you. Classes, workshops, craft each year. The best retreat of the whole dang year. If you want a little more to explore, the bonus ticket opens up the door. An extra day of classes right on your screen, complete with coolest printables you've seen. And for the VIP, the ultimate prize, a box full of beautiful crafty supplies, stamps, papers, and goodies galore. Everything you love and a whole lot more. It's a paper escape, let's create and celebrate. Stamp and sparkle, learn and play. Inspirations on the way. Ink it, blend it, share your makes. Add your twist and show us your take. Jump on in, it's your time to shine at the paper escape, where we craft and unwind. just glue, it's the joy of creating something brand new. We'll see you at the Paper Escape. Clear off the table, find your favorite chair. There's a hum of inspiration in the morning air. Grab your bone folder and your sharpest shears. The best weekend of the season is finally here. From a simple blank page to a work of art, we're building something special straight from the heart. Learn from the experts, the friends that you know. They'll take it step by step, nice and slow. Watch it on YouTube, it's all for free. A front row seat for the whole community. Card making secrets and techniques so new. We're crafting right along with you. It's the Paper Escape, let's create and celebrate. Come and craft the stress away. We've got live streams every day. Cut full glue and spill the tea. You're invited and it's free. A fun-filled getaway of crafts, laughs, and more. It's the Paper Escape, let your creativity soar. Chat with friends, old and new. Craft along, we're right with you. Classes, workshops, craft each year. The best retreat of the whole dang year. If you want a little more to explore, the bonus ticket opens up the door. An extra day of classes right on your screen, complete with coolest printables you've seen. And for the VIP, the ultimate prize, a box full of beautiful crafty supplies. Stamps, papers, and goodies galore. Everything you love and a whole lot more. It's a Paper Escape, let's create and celebrate. Stamp and sparkle, learn and play. Inspiration's on the way. Ink it, blend it, share your makes. Add your twist and show us your take. Jump on in, it's your time to shine at the Paper Escape, where we craft and unwind. Yeah, it's more than just paper, more than just glue. It's the joy of creating something brand new. We'll see you at the Paper Escape. Clear off the table, find your favorite chair. There's a hum of inspiration in the morning air. Grab your bone folder and your sharpest shears. The best weekend of the season is finally here. From a simple blank page to a work of art, we're building something special straight from the heart. Learn from the experts, the friends that you know. They'll take it step by step, nice and slow. Watch it on YouTube, it's all for free. A front row seat for the whole community. Card making secrets and techniques so new. We're crafting right along with you. It's the Paper Escape, let's create and celebrate. Come and craft the stress away. We've got live streams every day. Cut full glue and spill the tea. You're invited and it's free. A fun-filled getaway.
Hi friends, this is Julie Tillman. Welcome to the Paper Escape. I'm so glad you're here. Just let me know in the comments where you're from, and I'm excited to be teaching this class today. We'll be learning 2 interactive card designs. The first card is a top latching easel Z-fold card with a hidden message. It's got a fun hinge mechanism, and it also latches to stand up for display. Isn't it cute? I just love how it turned out. So this is the first card design we'll be making. And now let's just dive into the supplies we'll need. If you have a VIP kit, we'll be using tape runner as our main adhesive. The blue one is a dot adhesive, and the pink one is a solid adhesive. It doesn't matter which one you use, it's just personal preference. And from the Wonder and Whimsy stamp set, I've pre-colored and cut some of the images that we'll be using today. I used alcohol markers for this little fox and the smallest gear and the largest gear, and I've just cut those out so they're ready for the card making. And then we'll be using the turn word and the left-facing arrow for the little turn mechanism tab. So it's like a little pull tab, something to hang on to. And for the sentiment, we'll be using the Wishing You a Day, powered by Wonder and Whimsy. Also from the kit, you'll need one each of the little yellow and orange punch pieces for our hinge mechanism. These are punched with the We Are Makers hinge punch set and are similar to a paper brad. You'll need a 1/4 inch hole punch or die to use these. That's the standard size of punch you typically find in the school supply or office section. If you don't have the kit, but you have a brad in your stash, feel free to use that in place of the paper brad pieces. We'll get to the measurements in a moment, but for cardstock, you'll be needing some navy, turquoise, and white, as well as the wood grain pattern from the Paper Escape paper pack. Moving on to the supplies you'll need beyond what's in the kit, you'll need a scoring board and a bone folder or stylus to make our Z-fold. The small size of scorer board will work just fine for the measurements we'll be using. We'll also be using some inks for stamping. We're going to do a background, and we'll be using navy, turquoise, and brown inks. I'm using Oceanside, Concord, and Night, Twilight, Versifying Clair, and Gathered Twigs Distress Oxide. The brown ink is optional and just used for a little blending around the wood grain paper, and I have a little blending tool for that. Also optionally, I have a 3/4 inch circle punch to create that little turn label handle that we use to pull the little turn mechanism. You can use any small punch or just a square or a strip of cardstock that you can slide underneath there. So the circle punch is definitely just optional. Also, I'll be using a little bit of a liquid adhesive. You could get away with just the tape runner, but the tabs on the hinge piece are very small and the glue needs to be precise. So liquid glue might be your best option. We're just going to be applying glue to just those tiny little tabs on that yellow piece. You'll also need some sort of dimensional strips for the latch. I'm using 1/4 inch foam adhesive, but if you don't have any foam tape with you, you can substitute several layers of 1/4 inch cardstock strips glued together just to get that dimension for the latching portion. Because that dimensional strip is the part where the card rests in order to latch. I will also be using some pre-printed sentiments. I designed a printable sheet of sentiments to coordinate with this kit. It's included in both the paid ticket levels and is ready to download and print. I have a laser printer, so I foiled them in advance to add just a bit of shine and elegance. The happy birthday is cut with a 1 3/4 inch circle die, and the Turn Up the Fun uses a 1 3/8 inch circle punch. You just need a shape that's small enough to hide behind the larger gear image. With a white border around it, that large gear image is about 1.5 inches, so you just need something that's that size or smaller. If you don't have a circle shape that works, you can also find a small sentiment stamp and just stamp that directly on the pattern paper as your hidden message. Of course, feel free to substitute whatever kind of sentiments you want to use for this card. While the cards I'm making today are a little more masculine in feel, I also have a more feminine take to show you. I didn't have a hidden message on this one, just a sentiment to the side, which is also another option. And the latching mechanism is pretty similar to the card we'll be making today. I just used that sweet little girl bunny and some pinks and blues. So if you have the VIP kit and you're wanting to make the exact cards in each class, you'll want to stick with the colors and papers the instructors suggest. We've all coordinated, so you should be able to make all the cards with the papers provided. But if that's not your thing, feel free to pick your own color. Let me know in the chat if you prefer to stick to the script or color outside the lines when you're taking classes. I know I definitely prefer to kind of just go my own way. For the card base, you will need a 4 1/4 by 11-inch sheet of paper, white cardstock. We also need an inside panel that is 3 1/4 inches by 4 1/2 inches, and a sentiment strip that is 3 1/4 inches by 1 1/4 inches. For our navy cardstock, we'll need 2 panels. The first is 3 1/4 by 7 3/4 inches. And that is our inside mat. And then we'll need a front mat that is 3 1/2 inches by 4 3/4 inches. For our turquoise cardstock, we'll have a pattern mat that is 2 3/4 inches by 4 1/4 inches. And then we'll also need just a scrap of turquoise to stamp and cut our turn label. It doesn't need to be very big. And then we'll use a 2 1/2 by 4 inch piece of the wood grain pattern paper. So that finishes up our measurements. We will also be using 2 sentiments that I already discussed, the happy birthday and the turn up the fun. Okay, so hopefully that gave y'all a little time to prepare if you weren't able to do the homework ahead of time. So let's just jump in with our scoring. On the long side of our white card base, we'll score at 2 3/4 inches and 5 1/2 inches. That's 2 3/4 and 5 1/2 inches. And then on the long side of the inside mat of the navy panel, that's the 3 1/2 by 7 3/4 inch panel, we're going to score at the 5 inch mark. That's just another score right there on the 5 inch line. And now that we have scored those, we are going to form the Z-fold base. We'll start by folding the card base just like you would an A2 portrait style card base, just folding it in half. I like to line up my corners and then crease in the middle and go out from the center. I find that helps me keep my edges squared off and not shifting to either side. Just gives a cleaner fold. So with our fold facing left, we're going to fold the top panel back to the fold line at the 2 3/4 inch score line. And once again, we'll line up those corners, keeping everything straight and fold and burnish. And then there is our little Z-fold. Yay! We're going to have our card oriented with the short flap closest to us. For our inside mat, we scored at 5 inches, and we're just going to fold on the score line and square up the edges and burnish. And as I'm lining this up, I'm noticing that it looks like I have not quite a straight cut, so I am just going to pull out my paper trimmer really quick and cut off that excess. Just so that we have nice clean edges. Everything needs to line up because we are placing it one panel right on top of another panel. Now we're going to open up our Z-fold and line up the score line on the navy panel with the 5 1/2 inch score line on the card base. And we want to sort of butt the fold line up to just below the score line on the white base, so the card will open and close easily. If it goes over that line, it might bunch or leave a gap when you open and close the card. Once I determine kind of where I want this to go, I'm just going to flip it over and I am going to apply adhesive to that top flap, just the short flap. And then we will flip it back over and line up the fold lines of the two cards right there at the center, kind of centering it between the centering it horizontally on the white card base. And then we're going to fold and burnish, and then we're going to fold back that now the only flap that isn't adhered, and we're going to add adhesive to the navy panel. And then we will fold it back onto the white card base and press it down and burnish really well. So now that we have that inside part laid down, we're going to work on our front mat. That's the 3.5 by 4 3/4 inch navy panel. And we're going to adhere it to the front short section of the card base, lining up with the blue panel behind it. And we only want to add adhesive to the blue where it meets up with the white. So I'm going to use my finger as a guide to show me kind of where that white would end when I had it laid down, and I'm just going to apply adhesive above that so that it only hits that front white panel. And then I'm going to line up with the blue panel that's behind it. And once I have everything lined up, I'm going to press down and then burnish the card really well. Just want to make sure that everything stays in place. And there is what our card looks like now. It's starting to stand. Next, we're going to start work on our hinge mechanism. But before we start, this is the time that if you want to add a little ink blending to your 2.5 by 4 inch wood grain panel, this is the time to do it. So I'm going to be using a blending tool with Gathered Twigs Distress Oxide. When I ink blend, I like to use a really light touch, and I use small circular motions starting off the paper and just moving around the edges. It really doesn't need to be very dark or go in very deep. We are just trying to define the edge just a bit to set it off against the panel that will be behind it. Now for the hinge mechanism, this is where we're going to be needing that 1/4 inch hole punch. I'm going to punch my hole in the top left corner of the panel. I'm punching from the side, and if you have this exact punch, you can insert the paper as far as it will go in on the side, and then line it up with the outside edge for placement. If you don't, the hole that it makes is approximately about 1/2 inch from the top short edge and maybe 3/8 inch in from that left side of the panel. Next, we're going to take our yellow hinge piece. It's the one with the little tiny tabs, and we're going to gently bend up just the two smallest tabs. So they're pointing up with the rest of the piece flat. And then once we have these bent in, we're going to turn the wood grain panel over, and we're going to thread it through our punched hole so that those two tabs go through to the front. And then once we have them through, we are just going to spread them out kind of like prongs on a brad. Next is the part that I'm going to use a liquid adhesive for. We want to put glue just on those little yellow tabs, and we don't want the glue to go onto the wood grain paper at all. So I'm going to be a little more precise with this. Oops, well, I thought I was going to be precise, but a lot came out. So I'm just going to use a scrap of paper to kind of remove some of that excess so I don't get glue glopping all over the place. Do you ever have that problem? I seem to, something always goes wrong when I'm making a card. So there's always a way to fix it. And those scraps are nice to have on hand. So I'm just taking that orange panel, the orange little punch piece, and we are just going to center that over the yellow tabs and press down. You don't want to move it around too much because you don't want to get glue on the wood grain while it's still wet. But you do want to just kind of just determine that you can still move that hinge around a little bit. And I'm going to set that aside to let it dry. And while it's drying, we are going to do some random stamping. So for our little stamping session, we're going to pull out the 2 matte panels of turquoise. That's the 2 3/4 by 4 1/4 inch piece and the 3 1/2 by 1 1/2 inch piece. And I'm going to pull out my Oceanside ink and the 3 gears from the Wonder Whimsy stamp set. I have an acrylic block here that I'm going to apply the gears to. Looks like I lost my little arrow. I'll need that later. So I'm putting the largest in the bottom corner, and then I am just putting those other 2 as close as I can to the others so they'll be really close together on the panel and make for a good background. If you prefer to use a stamp positioner for your stamping, feel free. I am just going to wing it, so hope this works. It's a background matte layer anyhow, so it doesn't really need to be perfect, just needs to add a little extra texture in the background. So I'm going to be stamping off the edges all around the panel, and I want to focus my attention to just the outer edges since the inner portion is going to be covered. Most of the panel is going to be covered just because of the size of the stamps, but you only really need to make sure that that outer edge has a little bit of design to it. If you don't want to do the background stamping, you could always just ink the edges of the panel a bit with ink or just leave it plain. I just love these gears, and I also think that adding a little extra depth to the turquoise evens out any of the turquoise coloring in my images that don't exactly match the cardstock. So I really love background stamping. It's one of my favorite things. I started stamping before pattern paper was really a thing, so we just made our own, and I really enjoy it. So how about you? How long have you been stamping? I'd love to know in the chat. I started stamping about 30 years ago. I think a little over 30 years. It was like fall of 1993, my first semester of college, and my friend down the hall invited me to a party, and the rest was history. I've been hooked on stamping ever since. So I'm just finishing up that other panel. I just love how that gear background looks. It's just kind of a magical look. We're moving on to our sentiment strip, and I am going to use the Misty for this. I don't want to chance it. I want that Wonder and Whimsy sentiment to be right in the center. So I am placing my strip of cardstock into the Misty and then just aligning the stamp set or the stamp sentiment into the carrier, and then I will ink it up with my VersaFine ink. You can use whatever sentiment ink you prefer. I think there was a full-size ink pad included in the VIP kit, so that's amazing, and that would be a wonderful ink to use. In addition to stamping this, I'm going to stamp it twice just to have a crisp impression. I just really like my sentiments to be bold. And then I'm going to take it out of the Misty, and I'm going to add a little accent stamping with the smallest gear stamp. So I'm just going to pull that out and place it on a block and pull out my Oceanside ink. And I am just going to ink it up and stamp on the opposite corners, so the top left corner and the bottom right, just to give a little accent. I just think it just kind of really frames the sentiment really well, and I like the finished look. So now we will be moving on to stamping our turn label on our bit of scrap turquoise. We'll be using the arrow, the right or left facing arrow, and that is the stamp that lives kind of between the two bunnies on the stamp set. And I am just going to add that to my acrylic block, ink it up, and add it to the center bottom of this cardstock. And then I'm going to pull out the word that is the turn word, add it to the block, and stamp it right above my arrow so that I have the word turn and then the arrow right under it, and with that arrow pointing to the left. And then I'm just going to take out my punch, and I will punch it with my 3/4 inch circle punch so that the arrow is towards the bottom, like close to the bottom, so that I have a little place to glue it behind my gear element. And you could also use a strip, or you could use a square. Here's a sample of a square I did. It was a 3/4 inches, and then I just rounded 2 of the corners. So any of those options will work. So our final bit of stamping for this card is just a little gear accent on the inside panel for our card. This is optional, but I like how it dresses up the inside of the card. I'm going to use the 3 gears again, but keeping them low in the bottom left corner of that inside panel, which measures 3¼ by 4½ inches. And I'm just going to ink those off the left bottom corner. And I want to keep a lot of white space because that's where I'm going to be adding a note for the inside of my card. So I'm just going to keep that clear. And I'll stamp those in the Oceanside ink as well. So now that we've finished up our stamping for this card, we can move on to assembling the rest of the card and decorating. So I'm going to take the wood grain panel, and I'll just double check quickly that circle hinge can actually spin freely. I want to make sure it's dry and that it is spinning freely. And then we're going to apply adhesive to the back of this panel, but we want to avoid the area in which that yellow piece will spin as the hinge moves. So there's just like a little circle area you want to avoid. And so I'm just going to put adhesive down below and to the side and a tiny bit in that little corner so that it will adhere but still be able to move freely. So once I have that, I'm going to place it down onto our turquoise gear mat and just line it up in the center and press down and burnish. And once I have that done, I'm going to once again just ensure that that hinge moves freely. It's just really important that nothing gets glued down so that you can actually have your turning element. Now we'll mat this piece onto our front navy panel on our card and just add some adhesive and center as best you can. And I'm just going to line that up once again, easy peasy. And it's starting to come together. I always love the parts when things just get glued down because it's just like the magic all comes to life. So once that is good and burnished, we are going to open up our card and we're going to pull in our inner mat panel that we had just the gears stamped in the corner, and we're going to center that up on the top of the navy blue panel inside the card. So just adding more adhesive and lining it up. One of the tips that I learned way back when with tape runners is to just apply it steadily, and then right before you lift up, you twist your wrist just a tiny little bit so that it like breaks the seal of the tape, and then it doesn't gum up as much. And that's been a really good tip that I learned many years ago. So now we're going to move on to the part that we're going to need our foam dimension 4. First, we'll mat our wishing you a day powered by Wonder and Whimsy sentiment, and we'll mat that on the turquoise. And then we are going to add our foam strip just on the top edge. We just want it to go to the top of that panel. So you just want to make sure that you know which way you stamped your sentiment, so that your foam adhesive or your foam strips, if you're using paper instead, and you just want to place that down on the top edge. And once again, that was just about a 1/4 inch strip, and that will give us a nice place for our card front to land when it latches. So when you place that, the adhesive, the foam, it'll bump up against the foam and keep it, stop it from going any further so that it stands up correctly. So I'm just going to release the backing paper on that and press it down really well. And just line it up with the navy cardstock there. And we have our latching mechanism. It stands up for display. Just really nice. I think this is just like a magical card. So what do you think of it? Do you like this design? So now it's time for my favorite part of the card, which is decorating it. I'm going to add that fox image on the right-hand side of the card, and I'll be adding it on dimensional foam. I just like that look a lot. I can't seem to make a card without dimension. So it's just one of my favorite ways to add a little something. So I'm just auditioning the pieces. We're going to put our small gear on top of that orange circle that is our hinge, and then we're going to put our glue just on the bottom edge of that and overlap it with the gear. We just want the adhesive to just get on the gear itself. And if you get a little extra adhesive, you can just rub it off with any of the sticky off with a anti-static tool. So now I just want adhesive on that orange circle, just the circle. So just add a little bit to the circle, and then just press your gear down where you want it, and then just ensure that it can spin around. And then I'm going to be adding some foam dimension to the fox, and I want to make sure, I like his little nose to kind of get close to that gear, so I want to leave just a little bit, like his nose and his ear, free from adhesive foam. If you're going to be adding a stamped sentiment instead of adding an extra circle for your hidden message, then this would be a great time to do that. Just rotate that hinge up so the gear is out of the way, and stamp where you want that larger gear to line up when it's down and closed, so that it hides the sentiment. So I am just making sure there's enough foam on my fox so that he feels stable and level, but still has that nose area clear, so the hinge can move just a little bit, slightly either direction. So now I'll just be removing that paper backing and placing my fox down. What do you think of this paper hinge mechanism? Have you ever used a paper brad before? This is my first time, and I thought it was pretty fun. I really love the idea of the hidden message portion. I just think there's a lot of fun things you could do with that, and I like that it's not bulky. So I am really glad that Lynn introduced us to this fun little tool. So I am just lining him up kind of straight. I wanted to make sure he was straight. And now I'm just going to align my hidden sentiment with that larger gear. And this might have been a little easier to line up had I done it before I had already glued the gears down, but you live and you learn. So that's for the next card. I'll remember to do that. But I just want to make sure that the words are straight when the card is upright, and that it fits behind that larger gear when it's lined up. So I end up placing it right behind, and then once I get it just lined up, I will press down and make sure everything is burnished down so it doesn't catch on anything. And I just love how this is turning out. It's so cute. I just love these little steampunk critter stamps, the images that Sejr and Meg illustrated for this kit. Give them some hearts. This is just a really fun, unique kit. So now I just added a little adhesive above the turn word on my little finger tab, and then placed it behind, overlapping that little small gear so that we can have our turn mechanism. So there we have our top latching Z-fold easel card, and it just latches behind that little gear, and then it stands up perfectly for display, and you can still turn the mechanism even when it is latched for display. So that is really, really fun. So the final touch, I'm going to add a happy birthday sentiment down in that bottom section of the shorter flap inside the card. I just, for some reason, I don't think a birthday card is finished until it says actually the words happy birthday. So that is completely optional, but I think it's a nice touch. I so hope that you have enjoyed this card. I'd love to know what you think of it in the chat. And we will move on to our second card now. So, all right, we're moving on to our second card now. Just like the first card, I'm going to go over the supplies and the measurements first to give you a little time to prepare if you need, or you can just, grab a snack and hang out in the chat. We'll be making this little side flap peekaboo card. Just a note, you will need a die cutting machine that has a large enough opening for a 4 1/4 inch wide panel to pass through for this design. You'll also need some circle nesting dies for this design. From the stamp set, I'm going to be using the boy bunny image and the largest gear. You could use any of the 3 gears in this set. The size doesn't really matter for this. It's just an accent. And I've pre-colored them with Copics and cut them out already. We will also be using the map paper from the paper pad, some white cardstock, and the gold specialty cardstock. Optionally, you can also bring in some brown ink to do a little ink blending on your pattern paper if you like, and we'll also be using the tape runner adhesive in your kit. I'll be adding a little lift to my bunny image with some foam adhesive, but that is completely optional. No dimension required. As I mentioned before, you'll need some nesting dies, and we'll need those in 2 different size pairings. I'm using the Ultimate Snow Globe dies from Not Too Shabby. These are the dies that our retreat host, Lynn, LV Handcrafted, designed. The largest die of my large pairing is 3.5 inches, and for the smaller pairing, the larger die is 2 3/8 inch. The exact measurements don't really matter as long as the large die fits on a 3 3/4 inch panel. So I wouldn't go larger than 3.5 inches for your largest die, and then something that's a step or 2 down for the other pairing. I'm also going to be using the You're in My Thoughts Today and the Thinking of You sentiments from the bonus printable, which I have already foiled in advance. The Thinking of You Today sentiment is cut with a 2-inch die, and the Thinking of You sentiment is cut with a 1 3/4 inch circle die. And I do have a couple of sample cards to share. The first one is a more feminine feel. I love this little cat image. It makes me think of Puss in Boots. She's just so cute. I used a different one of the printable sentiments for this one, and then I jazzed it up on the inside with one of the gear pre-colored ephemera pieces. For the next card, I used a wobbler. That was my first time using a wobbler to make it shimmy a little bit. Today's card doesn't use one of the wobblers, but if you have extras in your stash, it's a really fun option. I added another one of the printable sentiments for an easy way to pull the flap up, and on this card I also added a little stamping on the flap instead of the cut and colored gear. So that's an option if you don't want to color and cut out yet another gear. And then I just added some additional mats and background stamping on the inside. So now it's time to get started with our measurements for the card. We'll need a 4¼ by 11-inch card base of white cardstock, and we'll be folding that in half, but not yet. We're going to also use a 4 by 5¼ inch mat of the gold specialty paper, and we'll be doing a few die cuts from the inside of this panel so we can make the most of our papers. We'll be doing the same thing with the 3¾ by 5-inch map pattern print. And then we'll need a flap of white cardstock in addition that is 4½ inches by 1 inches. And that's just white cardstock. We can also, if you want, have an optional circle mat for the inside sentiment, and I just used the wood grain panel. I just used some of the leftover paper from the card we made earlier, and that is cut with the larger of the two smaller circles. So for me, that was the 2 3/8-inch circle die cut. And then I also forgot to mention this, but you'll need some sort of removable tape or washi or mint tape, just something that you can temporarily stick your panels together to die cut and then remove without removing the finish on the papers. So I'm just going to tidy these papers up just a little bit, and then we will start scoring. We're going to be scoring the white pieces for our card. So first we're going with the card base. It's the 4¼ by 11-inch piece of white cardstock, and we are going to score it in half at 5½ inches. And that is just to make an A2 portrait oriented card. We aren't going to fold that just yet because we are going to need to run this through our die cut machine. So we're going to take our gold mat, and now we're going to use that repositionable tape and kind of just fold it around so it touches each other, but the sticky side is out. And we're just setting that in the center of our gold mat piece. And we're going to frame it, kind of center it on the bottom section below the scored line of our card base. And then we are going to do the same process with the map paper. It doesn't matter how you orient it, but I like the globe over there on the side. So I just added another piece of repositional tape to the back side of that map print, and I'm just going to place it centered down onto that gold specialty paper. You don't need to press down hard. It just needs to be secure enough that it won't shift when you run it through the die cut machine. So I'm going to line that up on my die plates, and then you'll take the second to largest circle die, and that is the 3 1/8 inch for me. So the largest was 3½. I'm going to do the 3 1/8, and we'll center that on our panels. And I like to position it so it is centered horizontally, and then the top of the circle die cut is a little more towards the top of the panel. So about 1/2 inch from the top of where that score line is right now, and it will be a fold later. So then it's just centered horizontally, so there's an even amount of space on either side of the die, and it looks like maybe about 1/4 inch-ish is what I have. And then I'm going to put my top plate on my stack, and I'm going to run it through the machine all in one pass. And depending on your machine, you might need to run it through multiple times to get all 3 pieces to go all the way through. So I'm just going to flip that over and take a peek, and yes, it does look like everything cut through in one pass, so I'm good. And so I'm just going to separate each of the panels and the circles. So we'll end up with 3 panels with a circle hole and 3 separate circles. So sometimes the pressure of going through the die cut machine will make that repositional tape stick pretty solidly. So just be gentle as you pull the pieces apart. You don't want to pull off any of the finishes, but as long as you're gentle and slow with it, it should work out just fine. If you do end up getting a little indentation or mark from where the tape was, don't worry about that, because this is going to be just a matte panel, so it will be covered up in the end. Okay, so now we have just a couple more die cuts to make, and these will be with the gold foil. First, we're going to pull out the largest die, so that's my 3.5-inch die, and we're going to pull out the rectangle gold specialty paper that has the circle cut in it, and we are going to frame that die around the circle opening in the paper. So you just want an even edge all the way around, because we are going to create a circle frame for the opening of the front of our card. So I'm just going to run that through the die cut machine, and once it comes out the other side, we'll be able to see our little circle frame. And it's just a cute, thin little circle. And then we are going to cut a circle from the center of that larger circle mat of the gold. So the gold circle, we're going to put it on the die cut machine, and then I'm going to cut a 2-inch mat. This is my smallest die, and it is going to be a mat for my sentiment piece. So I am just centering that in the circle as best that I can. If it's a little off, it's okay. And then I am going to run that through the die cut machine. So now we are done with our die cutting, and I can get this die cutting machine off of my desk, and we can get on with the fun. All right, there we go. We have now in front of us, we have all of our circle pieces and our 3 rectangle panels that have circle cutouts. So those are the pieces we should be starting with. If you want to do a little ink blending, this would be the time to ink up the edges of your pattern paper. So I'm just going to add a little framing of brown ink around the 2 matte prints. I just like the vignette that this gives, and just a subtle hint of darkness kind of makes the center of the paper glow. It's just a really nice technique to bring the eye in without adding another layer of matting, and it just really defines the edge of a layer. So I am doing that on both the rectangle with the circle cutout and the circle die cut. And then I will also be pulling in the wood grain optional mat that I had cut already too. And we'll just add a little bit of ink to that to give it a cohesive look with the rest of the patterned prints. And it's just a really quick, simple thing to do with the ink blending, but I think it does make a big difference. So next we're going to match up the circle holes on the map and the gold rectangle panels, and we're going to adhere them together with the openings lined up. So the gold opening is a little larger, so you just kind of want to make sure that you mat it with an even border around, so the gold is even around the rectangle portions, and you have a full opening with no gold showing on the inside of that circle. And my die left a little impression on my paper, so that made it really easy for me to line up where the mat was supposed to lay down. So next up, we are going to match up the circle holes on the map and gold rectangle panels we just glued together and adhere them to the white card base. And we're just lining up that opening. You'll want a good layer of adhesive on the back of this panel before you mat it to the card base. This is specialty paper, which sometimes can be a little harder to adhere to, so you'll want maybe to add a little extra liquid glue to the back. You certainly could. That would also help you line it up a little bit with the opening and have a little more glue time. As you lay this piece down, you want to make sure the circle openings match up as much as possible. If a little bit of white shows through, it's not a problem because we have our gold frame that's going to go over the matte paper opening piece. So you can kind of adjust things a little bit and have a little wiggle room there. I'm also going to use some liquid adhesive on this piece. It's a little thinner area and it'll give me a little more precision and also a little extra dry time to make sure things line up when I add that to the opening. And of course, my glue is clogged. I left it open for a little bit earlier and I forgot that I hadn't cleared it. So that's the way it goes. So now that I've got that going again, I'm just going to apply a thin layer of that liquid glue, and then I'm going to line it up, and you have a little wiggle room to kind of push the frame around and make sure that as you're looking down at the card, right now you kind of see a reflection, but when I'm looking down, I don't want to see much white. So I'm trying to make sure that is good and burnished. And now we are going to fold the card in half on that 5.5-inch score line. And I'm just going to pull my bone folder out to do a little burnishing and make sure those edges are nice and crisp. So now we have an A2 portrait card. And since we have our scoring tool out, let's do our last little bit of scoring. We need that 4.5 by 1 inch flap piece, and we are going to score that in the middle at 2 1/4. So we are just going to fold that in half at the score line, and there's my mistake for this card. I actually scored at 2.5 instead of 2 1/4. So I'm just rescoring at the 2 1/4 inch mark, and I will just glue that part on the bottom so you won't see the extra fold line. So just burnish that fold in half, and it doesn't necessarily matter if the two sides meet up because they're both going to be covered in the finished card. Now we're going to determine approximately where we want our flap. I'll choose somewhere near the midpoint of the circle and slide that open end of the flap around the front of the card base until the fold hits the side. So that means the front of the card will be sandwiched between the two sides of the flaps. Now we're going to put adhesive on the back side of one of the halves of the flap. Now I think I'm just going to zoom in just a little bit closer here. And then we're going to sandwich that between the front flap, kind of right at that center point. And we're centering the flap at the midpoint of the circle. And then I'm going, once I have it lined up where I want with the fold flush against the side of the card, I'm going to press down and burnish that so that the flap is now adhered to the inside of the card and the other side of the flap is open. So now we'll close the card with the flap open, and we'll take our gold circle with the cutout inside it, so the larger or the thicker circle, and we'll flip it over, and we are going to adhere that into the opening of the card, and using that opening will give us our perfect placement. So I'm just adding adhesive around the edges of the gold circle, and then I'm going to place it right in that center hole and just push down and lift up on the card front so that the circle doesn't stick to it, and really burnish it down so that it is adhered over that flap that we just glued down. And now I am going to bring in my optional mat and I will layer that with the sentiment. If you don't want the mat, you can just fit that sentiment with the smallest die into that opening. So now I'm just going to adhere the wood grain mat. This is the larger of the two small circle dies, and I think I want the wood grain facing down, so I'm going to glue it down that way. And then I'm going to pull out my sentiment, which is our smallest die, and I am going to place that in the center and burnish it down. And then once we open our card, that is the first thing we're going to see. So now with the card closed and the flap folded around the top of the card, we're going to line up our circle map with the opening, and we're matching up the pattern of the map print with the background so we know where it fits. And then we'll place adhesive on the flap, but we don't want any adhesive to go beyond the opening of the circle. So I'm putting my finger there and just going to in the end of the flap. And then we'll take our map circle and line it up as best we can with the background so it looks like a cohesive piece. I look for the straighter lines in the print and try to line those up because that's where your eye is going to notice the most if it doesn't match. So just get that lined up how you want, and then when you're ready, press down and burnish onto that flap. So once that's done, I'm going to flip this circle flap out, and I'm going to back it with the white circle die cut. This circle goes over the flap and covers the flap when the card is open. So it adds another place you could write a little hidden note there if you wanted, and it also adds a little stability to our flap. So I just line it up in glue, and you can move it around a little bit if you need. If you have a brown ink handy still, you can just kind of go over the edges of the circle again to hide any white that might be showing from not exactly lining it up. So I just added a little brown ink there. And now we're going to add our elements to the front of the card. So we're going to close the flap. I have a 1 3/4 inch sentiment circle, and I'll mat it with that 2-inch gold circle that we die cut. So I'm just going to add a little adhesive and center onto that mat and a glue down. While we ended up with a lot of pieces for this card, it actually comes together really quickly, and I just think it's a really fun design. The men in my life especially seem to be fascinated whenever they get a card that flips or twists or, just has something extra going on with it. So I think it's just really great for a masculine card concept. So now we are going to pull out our bunny image and our gear, and we'll be adding our elements. First, I'm going to glue down the gear to the flap. I just don't want it to go beyond the edge of the flap so that it can still fold easily. And when you're adding glue, you want to add glue to the flap and not to the gear like I just did. So I got some extra adhesive on the side, but no big deal. I am just going to pull out my anti-static powder tool and kind of neutralize any leftover sticky residue, and we'll be good to go. And now it is time for that sweet little bunny. I think I want my bunny kind of in the center, and I want him to stand out a bit. So I'm going to put some dimensional foam under him. I think that little bit of extra dimension will just make him be more of the focus of the front of the card. So I think I'm going to zoom out just a little bit here. So as I lay down the dimensional foam, I just want to make sure all of his little parts have a little bit of solidity behind them so that nothing's slumping at a different level. So I'm adding just a lot of little pieces of foam. And you could do this with layers of paper, or you could not have them popped up at all. It's totally your personal preference. I love the dimension. So what do you think about this bunny card? I think this bunny is just so cute with this little ear cuff. And Meg and Sejr just did an amazing job with these little critters. They gave them so much personality. So I'm just finishing up adding those tiny little pieces. It takes just a little bit to get all the little pieces cut and placed, but I think it's worth it to make the bunny more solid and feel like everything is level on the card. It just gives it more of a finished feel. So I'm going to finish up with those little paws, and then I will um, peel off the backers. So we would love to see your projects in the Facebook group. So be sure to upload them there so we can all admire your hard work. Speaking of hard work, what's your take on interactive cards? It's really never been one of my things that I was drawn to, but I did have a lot of fun challenging myself to prepare for this class. I love a good challenge, and we'll probably make both of these designs again. So that's a win. So now that I've got, what do you think? Are these cards that you feel like you could see yourself designing in the future? I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments, and just let me know, give me a little feedback on whether you enjoyed making these cards. I'm just finishing up with that backing paper, and now we can center our little bunny on the front of that card. And I'm just going to line him up in the center, and I want to make sure that my sentiment can be read. So I think I'm going to place it down and then place his little foot and just press down his little foot area so that it sticks to that sentiment. And then I can place the whole thing all at once. And I'm going to add adhesive just to the corner, the top corner where that foot is on the back of the sentiment panel, because that's the only part that's really going to hit that circle flap. And so another option for this card is, if you didn't want to place the sentiment right here, you could definitely keep the flap inside the card and make it just like a peekaboo card with a hidden sentiment. So the flap can be either on the inside of the card or the outside if you want. So there is our finished card. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope you have had just a fabulous time at this retreat. Give a shout out to all the instructors, with a big thank you to Meg, Sejr, and to Lynn for putting all of this on. If you aren't already subscribed to my channel, you can find me here on YouTube as Julee Tillman. That's Julie with 2 E's and Tillman with 1 L, or on Instagram as Verve Girl. Thanks again so much for hanging out today. I'm excited to see you in the chat in the rest of the classes. Have a wonderful rest of the day, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Were those not two absolutely amazing cards? I could see myself making so many of those cards. It's just so fun, interactive. I love all of the various folds and how everything kind of fits together. How amazing. And I do love that the paper brads are a nice alternative to using metal brads. It keeps your card still nice and flat so that it ships really nicely and you don't have to worry about maybe padding your card. And so I love it as an alternative. And by the way, if you are interested, those were punched using the We Are Makers. They call it a hinge punch set, but I use it or refer to it as paper brads. Basically functions the same way. So Julie did such a fantastic job, and if you listen to the little Paper Escape jingle, there's something about spilling some tea. So this event would not be a Paper Escape event if I didn't spill a little bit of tea, and that is that Julie is going to be one of the illustrators for the next Paper Escape. So if you're loving Julie's 2 cards, and you've loved these custom stamp sets that we created for the VIP exclusive craft kit, then stay tuned, because you're going to be really excited for next October, or I should say this coming October's Paper Escape. The stamp set will be brand new never before seen and exclusive to the winter retreat. And our two illustrators will be Meg Brighter and Julie Tillman. So you can follow Julie here on YouTube at Julie Tillman. She's also Verve Girl on Instagram, so be sure you're following Julie. Who knows, maybe she'll spill some tea of her own. All right, friends, next up is our last but not least special guest instructor, Letty. Letty's got a two-part class. Part 1 will be today, and part 2 is exclusively available for the bonus day, which is for paid ticket holders only. If you don't have a ticket for the bonus ticket or the VIP ticket, it's not too late to grab a bonus ticket and join us tomorrow. Not only will there be some fun giveaways and prizes, but you'll get to catch part 2 of Letty's 3-sheet Wonder and Whimsy. 2 cards, 0 scraps. So, without further ado, let's watch Letty's class.
If you want a little more to explore, the bonus ticket opens up the door. An extra day of classes right on your screen, complete with coolest printables you've seen. And for the VIP, the ultimate prize, a box full of beautiful crafty supplies, stamps, papers, and goodies galore. Everything you love and a whole lot more. It's a paper escape. Let's create and celebrate. Stamp and sparkle, learn and play. Inspirations on the way.
Hi everyone, my name is Letty and I am Party Planner Papery. So this is the first day of the 2026 Spring Staycation. This is the last class of today. And so for my class, this is going to be a 2-part class. On day 1, we're going to make 1 card, which is a 5x7 gatefold gift card holder, also money holder card. Okay, so this is the first card we're going to make. We're going to be making this in just a second. So this will be our card for today. But what I'm doing is a 3-sheet Wonder and Whimsy. We're going to be using 3 sheets of 6x6 paper, and we're going to make both of these cards and not have any scraps at all left over. So on day 2, which I'll come back tomorrow, I'm going to be teaching how to make the scrap card with the papers that are left over after making our first card. So I hope you are enjoying this retreat so far. I hope you are excited about these 2 classes. The second day is for the bonus ticket holders and the VIP ticket holders. So I am very much looking forward to chatting with everybody in the chat. Now, this is a pre-recorded video. However, I will be live in the chat. So if you have any questions at all, please feel free to reach out to me. And I can, try to answer anything that I can through the actual chat itself of this live event, okay? So if you were a VIP ticket holder, you should have received a swag bag from me. And so I am the one that had put those swag bags together. So just as a heads up, I do hope you enjoy all the little bits and pieces that I threw into those swag bags. Those are all items that I either designed or, created, hand designed or manufactured, but I hope you enjoyed those. Now, for today, I have already pre-done a homework video, which I'm hoping that everybody has already seen. In the event that you haven't, not to worry, we are going to go through all of the cutting of the paper and all the scoring and everything that I did in the homework video. We're going to do that in real time during this video, but I'm going to probably go at a little bit of a faster pace than what I did during the homework video. So if you ever catch the replay, I highly encourage you go check out that homework video to kind of see all of the cutting instructions. I talk about a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, the decision making, why I do certain things. I'm going to try to fill that in as much as I can in this day's video and in tomorrow's video, but I definitely highly encourage you to go back and check that homework video if you ever do come back and rewatch not only the homework, but also these 2 days worth of classes. So for my set of cards today we're actually going to do the 5x7 card. And if you haven't already, you definitely want to print out these little sheets. These are super helpful. In fact, you probably have a few minutes. You can print them right now while I start kind of doing the initial cutting process. But we've got our full supply list. We've got our dimensions. We've got several pages of homework items. And all of those homeworks are basically your cut guides, how to cut down everything. And then for the project itself, I've got 2 pages, one for the 5x7 card and one for the A2 scrap card. So I hope you enjoy this. I am looking forward to teaching this class. We're going to have a ton of fun over the next 2 days. And we're going to kind of just round out this super fabulous retreat with a class at the end of each of those 2 days. So let's go ahead and dive in. I'm going to jump in, and I have 3 pattern papers that I did pull from the kit. You can use anything that you have. These are 6 by 6. One thing that I'll mention real quick before I dive in is I'm using 3, okay? And it is important that you know which one is your pattern paper 1, number 2, and number 3, because it's going to sort of make some different pieces on your actual card itself. So you're going to need 1 pattern paper for the front of your card, of your 5 by 7 card. And it's also going to cover right here on the pocket itself. So we're going to use 1, we're going to cut it down, it'll go on the front and then on the inside. So this is going to be my pattern paper number 1. Okay, now for pattern paper number 2, this is also 6 by 6. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a mat that's right here on the inside where you see this wood grain one. So I'm going to cut this one down, and I'm going to put this one inside of my card. And so I am going to trim this, and the leftover from this is going to get saved for card number 2 on day 2, that scrap card. So this is going to be my pattern paper number 2. Okay, and then for pattern paper number 3, this one is actually going to go on the inside of the card on the 2 gate folds. Okay, so I'm going to put a 2-inch piece here, a 2-inch piece here, and those will make my 2 gate folds. The last little piece of this paper that's left over is going to go into the scrap card tomorrow. So you'll save that 3rd piece, but this is my pattern paper number 3. Okay, now as far as the additional papers that I'm using a half sheet of the metallic cardstock. Now I am using, or the specialty cardstock. This one is the like silver shimmer or gray shimmer paper. I'm going to be using this one. This one is going to actually go right here on the inside of my card. These 2 mats right here that you see. And so that's going to go on the inside. Then I'm going to need 1 full sheet of colored cardstock. Okay, and this is 8.5 by 11. This is the pink that came with the kit itself. This is going to go right here on the outside front border, plus right here, plus right here on the inside large mat. Okay, whatever scraps we have left over are going to go, you guessed it, into our A2 size card as well. You can kind of see the little green right here. That will be pink on our new card. So I've got 1 full sheet of that. And then I did also bring in 2 sheets of white cardstock. This one is an 80-pound just because I'm going to make my bases out of it, but you can technically use a 65-pound cardstock for our 5 by 7 card because there's so many layers that it ends up actually being pretty thick and durable. But I'm going to use 2 sheets. Now for today's card, I'm going to use 1 for my card base, and then I'm going to cut a mat out of the second card. And then what's left over is going to go to make my card base and my mat for my A2 card. But I am going to bring in both today since we're going to be cutting into both of them. Now, I did also bring in 1 sheet of holographic cardstock. This is the Recollections brand by Michaels, or from Michaels. And so I brought in 1 of those, and I know it's a little blinding, so I'm going to put it under the white for now. But I did bring in 1 of those, and that is to add all of the little borders to kind of give it a little bit of something extra. I love using holographic cardstock, so I want to use some for the front and some for the inside right here. Okay, now you probably guessed the scrap we're going to have left over is going to go on the front of our A2 size card. You see that same holographic cardstock? So this one is going to be a 3-sheet wonder because we're going to use 3 sheets of the pattern paper, and we are going to basically make 2 cards, no scraps, except for maybe some cardstock scraps, which you can just kind of toss back in your stash, add to the insides of the cards, or do for an alternative project. So this is going to be a super fun project. I hope you are excited. Let's go ahead and take out our paper trimmers and let's dive into the actual cutting itself. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to the homework page of my sheet, which is for the card number 1. Now, if you're looking at the actual project instructions for card number 1, the first step is gather supplies and complete all of your homework steps first. And that's because you want to have all of the cutting done. And in the homework section is where I put all of the cutting for this project. And it's literally a 2-page sort of process here. Okay, so there's a lot of cutting involved. Let's go ahead and dive in. We're going to start with the first page. I'm going to start with 1 white sheet of cardstock. We're going to make our base, so we will start with that for now. I'm going to put everything else aside, but let me bring up my paper trimmer. Okay, so I've got my trimmer here. Now for this white, this is again going to be my card base for the 5 by 7 gatefold card. It is initially cut just like a 5x7 card base, but we're going to do a gatefold. So when we score it, the scores are going to be different than a regular 5x7 card. So you're going to put it on the 11-inch side. We're going to go ahead and cut this down to 10 inches. So cut it at 10 inches on the 11-inch side. You're going to have a scrap just like this. You can save this for your stamping. You're going to rotate this one time. On the 8.5-inch side, you're going to go ahead and cut this down to 7. Okay, and so here is what you have left over as well. So now here is your card base. So it is 7 inches by 10 inches. Okay, so we are actually going to score this. Now I mentioned that the scores for our card base are going to be slightly different. Normally for a 5x7 card, you just score it in half at 5 inches, right? And you fold it and you're good to go for your card base. But because we're doing a gatefold, so the gatefold basically has little doors that close. Okay, so this right here and this right here are the two gatefolds that close. This is a piece that we added as an extra thing to make our pocket for our money or our gift card holder. But we're going to go ahead and score our card base. So we're going to score at 2.5 on one side. And then you're going to rotate it, flip it, and you're going to score at 2.5 on the opposite side as well. So you're 2.5 from both ends. So let's just do 2.5 here as well. Okay, so we've got 2.5 and we've got a score. I don't know if the camera will show it. Then we've got an entire segment right here in the middle that's 5 inches. And then we've got another 2.5-inch score on this side. So we're not scoring in the middle. We're scoring 2.5 in from both sides, okay? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and fold these scores. So we're gonna make our gatefold card base. So you're gonna start by bringing in one of the sides, and just sort of pull it taut, and you're gonna enforce that score. So I'm gonna just kind of use my bone folder for this. Then you're gonna flip it, and you're gonna do the exact same thing on the other side. Now, one thing that I find is I wanna try to make sure that I keep my folds, my panels as straight as possible. And also, I wanna make sure that I go all the way to the inside, but not overlapping. So just kind of keep an eye where that panel is and see if you can try to maybe pull it tight to where it goes all the way to the inside and you don't have a huge gap on the inside of that card for the gatefold. So I'm going to enforce it with the bone folder. Here is my gatefold 5x7 card. Now you could absolutely just add your panels, decorate it, and create a regular 5x7 if you use this in the future. But we're going to take it up a notch. We're going to turn this into a gift card holder, money holder project. And I think it's going to be super, super fun and versatile for any season, any reason. So here is our card base. Okay, so that's our first item that we're doing. Now, the second item that we're going to take out is our pattern papers. So let's go pull out those pattern papers. Let's cut everything down. And so what I'm going to do too is as I go through anything that I'm not going to use for this project, I am going to go ahead and put it aside because I will be using it for the second project since it's a no scrap template. Okay, so I've got my second little trimmer and I like using my small trimmer anytime I can. So again, I've got pattern paper 1, pattern paper 2, pattern paper 3. Okay, so I'm going to just stick with number 1 for now. Now, pattern paper number 1 is again going to go on the front of your 5x7 card, and also it's going to go right here on the inside panel, okay, of the actual pocket itself. So what I'm going to do is with the top to the top, and this is the orientation that I want. Now you could do it this way if you wanted, you could do it this way if you wanted. I want to put all of the heavy weight at the bottom because that's where my main characters are going to be. And I want the top to be light and airy, almost like clouds, because I'm going to have my little action wobbler up here with my hot air balloon here. And so I want it to kind of be more busy at the bottom and light and airy at the top. So that's kind of the thought process behind using this paper. But you can choose whatever direction you want. Just know that whatever you do choose, your top is going to be to the top. Let's go ahead and cut it at 4 inches on the 6-inch side with top to top. So now we've got 4 inches by 6 inches and 2 inches by 6 inches. These two are ready to go. This is going to go with your card base stack. Okay, that's your first paper. For your second paper, we're now going to get our mat that's going to go on the inside of our 5x7 card. This is also 4x6. So you probably guessed it, but the cuts are going to be super easy. You're going to go ahead and put it with the top to the top. And again, I'm doing the busy pattern at the bottom. So top to top, we're going to cut it at 4 inches also. So I've got 4 inches by 6 inches. This is also going to go with my pattern papers over here, okay? This little scrap right here is 2 by 6. This is going to go with our A2 size card. So I'm going to put it aside because we're going to use this tomorrow, okay? Now, for the third pattern paper, we have this one. This is the one I've chosen to use. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut this down. Now, this one is going to be the pattern for right here, these 2 flaps. So I've got the 2 edges because those were sort of the more distressed edges of this one. Do you see how this is more distressed? This is more distressed. So I'm going to actually cut it 2 inches from this side, 2 inches from that side. And the panel that's in the middle is what's going to go on my A2 card. You can always just cut 2 panels, but that's just what I'm doing because of the already distressing that's happening on this paper. So we're going to go ahead and cut this down to 2 segments of 2 inches. So with the top to the top, again, you're going to cut it at, and I'm going to just go ahead and cut it at 4, which gives me 1 panel of 2 by 6. And then I'm going to cut it one more time, but this time at 2. And that gives me my second panel. So now I've got 3 equal panels of 2 by 6. So what I'm going to use for this card is the 2 outside. You see that? Because again, I want the heavier distressing to be even on the 2 flanking sides of my card. You see I have 1 on this side, 1 on this one. That's what I want to do. Okay, so I'm going to put these 2 with, again, my little pile of stuff ready for the card. This is a scrap. This is going into our A2 scrap card for tomorrow. So put that aside as well. Okay, so we've just taken care of our card base, our pattern paper number 1, 2, and 3. Now let's dive into the colored cardstock. So I do have a pink cardstock that I pulled from the VIP kit as well for this. And so what we want to do is we're going to go ahead and cut this down. On the 11-inch side, I'm going to cut it into 2 big segments of 4 3/4. So we're going to cut it through 4 3/4 twice. So put it at 4 3/4 on the 11-inch side, and you're going to go ahead and trim that. That's our first panel. Then do it one more time, 4 3/4. That's our second panel. This one is a scrap. You can go ahead and put it. We might use that tomorrow. We will see. But ultimately, these are the 2 panels that you want. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to trim these down. I'm going to switch to my bigger trimmer real quick because we are actually going to cut these down to 6 3/4. So on the longer side, this is the 8.5-inch side. We're going to cut this down to 6 3/4. So 6 3/4. Now, this is a scrap, but this is what's going to get used for our card tomorrow. So put this aside with the A2. Here is our first mat. So this is 4 3/4 by 6 3/4. And this is the mat that's both going to go on the front and on the inside, this larger mat that goes here. So this is the one I'm going to keep intact. This is going to go on the inside of my card. So we're going to put that aside with our little pile of cut up papers. Okay. Now, for this second one, I'm going to do it the same cut. I'm going to cut it at 6 3/4 on the 8.5-inch side. Again, the second scrap, this is going with our A2 size card. Now, for this final mat, this one is also 4 3/4 by 6 3/4. If you wanted to do a little bit of stamping, you can absolutely do that for this large piece. What I recommended in the homework was that you take care of that at that time, and that way it'd be ready to go. I am not going to do any stamping on this one this time. I might do a little ink blending right before I glue it down, but otherwise I'm going to leave it intact. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this in half. I'm not going to add any stamping to it. So what we're going to do is cut this in half. On the 4 3/4-inch side, we're going to cut this down to 2 3/8. So on the 3/8 mark, which is just before the 1/2-inch mark, 2 3/8, cut it in half, and now we've got 2 panels that are 2 3/8 by 6 3/4. And these 2 panels are going to go right here on the front. Okay, so when we open up that gatefold, we're going to need to have them separate. You see that? That's how it's going to work. Okay, so those are the additional 2 panels. We're going to add them into our little stack of papers. Okay, so we've just gone through the entire first sheet. Let's move on to page number 2. So of the homework. So the next thing we're going to cut up is the shimmer cardstock. So this one, I chose that dark gray, the luscious dark gray, because I thought that it worked really well with the colors that were in the actual pattern papers that I chose. You can pick and choose, of course, anything that you want, but that's what I chose. So for this first one, we're going to go ahead and cut it at 6 3/4 on the 8.5 inch side. So 6 3/4 on the 8.5 inch side. Okay, so this little bit right here is a scrap. You can put that in your scrap pile. We might use that tomorrow. We'll see. Now, with what's left, you're going to go ahead and rotate once, and then you're going to cut 2 strips of 2 1/4, okay? So I'm going to just go 2 1/4 here, just like this. So 2 1/4 by 6 3/4, and then I'm going to cut a second one. So 2 1/4. 2 1/4 by 6 3/4. This is a scrap. You can throw it with your scraps. So here are the 2 shimmer cardstock panels, and these are going to go on the inside on the 2 sides behind our pattern paper. So that's going to go here, just like that, and here. Okay, so those are those 2 papers. So again, toss it in with your cardstocks. We've got everything ready to go. We're almost done there. We've got a few more cuts. Okay, so now for the specialty paper, hope I don't blind you, we're going to use this one. We're going to go ahead and cut. And mine just has a craft back. I figured I'd turn it around to save you a little bit. So on this one, on the 11 inch side, we're going to go ahead and cut at 6 1/4 this way, so we can get a large panel. So let's go ahead and cut it. I am going to flip it just temporarily. So 6 1/4. Now this is a scrap. Put this aside. We're going to use this tomorrow. What's left with this, you're going to rotate it, and on the 8.5 inch side, we're going to cut it in half at 4 1/4. So 4 1/4. That's exactly half of that panel, okay, because it's 8.5. So these are our 2 mats. Let me turn them around. These are our 2 mats. These are going to go right here on the front. You see that pop of holographic? That's going to go right there. And then also one more little pop of holographic right here on the inside. Okay, you see that? So that's where these 2 mats are going to come into play. So let's go ahead and again put those with our stack of papers. Now, the very last thing that's on the cutting guide for the homework was to get a white mat that's going to go on the inside right here of our actual card. That's where you can write your message. So I've got one final sheet of the 8.5 by 11 cardstock, and I'm going to cut this in half first. So on the 11 inch side, cut it at 5 1/2. Now, I'm only going to need one part of this for right now. The second one's going to be my card base for tomorrow's A2 card. So put this aside for now. This one, with what is left over, we're going to cut this down to make our mat. So what you're going to want to do is on the 8.5 inch side, which is the longer side, you're going to cut it at 3 1/4. So 3 1/4. Just like that. Now this extra scrap, we're going to save that for tomorrow. So put that aside. Now this one that I have here, this is our mat, but we're going to need to trim off just a tiny bit. So let's cut this one down on the longer side. Let's cut it down to 5 1/4. So 5 1/4. And you end up taking off just a tiny bit of white cardstock. You can toss this unless you want to test maybe your alcohol colors or something on this, but otherwise we won't really be needing this. Okay, so here is our white mat. Again, that's going to go right here on the inside of your card, okay? So we have now cut all of our papers that we're going to use for this project. Let's go ahead and work on starting to assemble them. Okay, so here are all of the pieces that we put together in our little stack. Before we assemble, let me just go through it. We have our card base here, and it has the gatefold. We've got 2 mats that are going to go on the inside of our card, on the 2 gatefolds on the inside, and those are the shimmer cardstock. I've got 1 mat that's going to be the inside mat for my actual writing, okay? I've got 2 panels of the pattern paper 3, and those are going to go on the 2 sides, okay? Then I've got 1 4 by 6 that's going to go on the inside. That's pattern paper number 2. inside of my card. And then I've got a front mat that's 4x6 of the pattern paper, which is pattern paper number 1, plus an additional little scrap that's going to go on the inside for my pocket. Again, that's pattern paper 1, 2, 3. And then as far as our main color cardstock, I've got the 2 panels for the front of the gatefold. I've got the 1 large panel that's going to go on the inside. And then I've got 2 holographic panels, 1 for the front, 1 for the back. Let me hide that so it doesn't blind you. So those are all of the elements and pieces that we're going to be using to make this card. Now, I did bring in a few extra inks that I want to do just a quick little like edging around some of the pieces. And I want to take care of that real quick right now, so that way they can start to dry as we then move in and start to glue. So I have brought in a couple of Memento inks, and these are quick drying. So I think I'm going to use those first. But I have these two. I've got Memento Teal Zeal and I've got Memento Rosebud. So these are the two I'll have. I might not use every single one, but just as a heads up, those are what I have so far. I did bring in 3 Distress Oxides just in case I do want to add a little bit more of an ink blend. I've got the Salvage Patina, which is like my minty teal color. And then I've got 2 pinks, which are Picked Raspberry, and I've got Kitsch Flamingo. So these are the 3 colors that I brought in. Again, I don't know if I'm going to use them all. That's just what I have for right now. So what I want to do is I do want to add a tiny bit of ink blending around the border right here, and also around the border right here. And I might even do a tiny bit right here on this one as well. So, and then I do want to do a little bit, I might even do a little bit on this paper, and then also on maybe these papers. So maybe this one too. So let's go ahead and let's start just doing a quick little ink blend before we start gluing, just to kind of make sure we have what we need. So I'm going to put the card base aside because I won't really need that right now. And then we will come back in and we will go straight into our project instructions. So this is kind of homework prep, but let's just go ahead and take care of this. So I'm going to put aside the holographic cardstock as well. I don't need that yet. And then I think what I'm going to do is, actually both of them, I'm going to ink blend all the rest of these pieces. Okay. So the outside piece, like the actual cardstock pattern paper, I'm going to start gluing this one first. So let me ink blend those first. So I'm going to just bring in a little scrap piece of white paper. This is just copy paper. And this is just so I have some place to put these. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do both of these. And I think what I want to do for these is I just want a really bold pink. And I think I'm going to use this Rosebud. Let me see. Actually, no. I'm going to use the Picked Raspberry for this one. If it doesn't go dark enough, I'll go in with the Rosebud as well. So I'm going to just add a little bit to the edges of this. So I'm just bringing in a little ink dauber here to blend, an ink blender. This is a brand new one, so I've got to get pretty good in the ink. So I'm going to go ahead and start with this outer layer. And this is the one that's going to go on the inside of the card. So you can see it just adds a tiny, tiny bit. I might have to go in with the other color as well, because this might not be dark enough. But you can pick and choose what you want. If you want to skip this step, you absolutely can. I just want to add a little bit of color so that way you actually can see that there's a little bit of dimension on this one. Because it's sort of like old world looking, I feel like you should have a little bit of distressing, or it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of distressing. So I'm just going to run it through very, very quickly. You can barely see it. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually also going to run it through the Rosebud. Now, because I'm in a time crunch and I just want a little bit of edging, I'm going to just run my ink pad straight over the edge. Now, I don't know if you can see that, but it actually is giving you a slight edging color now. A lot darker than the other one, which I like. So I'm going to just do this. And what I love about these Memento inks is that they are super quick drying. So just a little, doesn't have to be perfect. I just want to add a little bit of an additional border on this. So I think that looks pretty good. And you can barely see it. Like you barely can see it. It really just adds a little bit of a highlight to it, honestly. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing for these panels too. So I'm going to take my Picked Raspberry, add a tiny bit around the edging, just to give it a little bit of that depth, and then we'll finish it off with the other Memento ink. And again, if you don't want to do this step, you certainly don't have to. It's totally up to you. You'll see if you like it after you finish seeing my project as well. So I just think it adds a little bit of depth. And for someone who maybe doesn't do a ton of mixed media, which I don't do a ton of mixed media, but I find that I can manage a little bit of ink distressing the edges like this, ink blending and distressing. It's really more of a distress. I feel I can manage this, less so than the ink blending itself, but I feel like this is definitely doable. So, and it kind of gives me a chance to do just a tiny bit of mixed media, which I'm, you know, super excited about because I don't do it normally. So those are those two. I do see a little bit. You can kind of see how it pops when you see it compared to the center. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a tiny bit of, again, this rosebud. I'm going to add it to the edges of these. I think this is turning out super fun. So let me know in the chat, do you like distressing your edges? Do you like adding the little ink to the edges of your paper to make it look a little more vintage, a little more worn? Is that a technique that you like doing? Let me know in the comments down below in the chat if that is something that you like. Have you ever done this method where you just take your ink pad and go straight on to the paper? It gives a really saturated effect, but it's also very tiny, a very tiny effect, because it's just a tiny bit of an additional sort of distress. Okay, so those are the two colors I ended up choosing. Okay, so that is that. So that takes care of that piece. What I want to do is I do want to, I think, add a tiny bit of distressing to these papers, but I think this is where I might go in with the teal color. So I've got two teal options. I've got the Salvage Patina and I've got the Zeal Teal. And I think what I want to do is maybe use the Salvage Patina for my white paper, my matte, which is this one. And then I think I want to do the edging around all of my pattern papers with the darker color, which is the Zeal Teal. So I'm going to take another brand new one and I'm going to just go ahead and tap into this one. This is the Salvage Patina. This is one of my favorites. I really like this minty color, or like teal. So let's get some of this. And I'm just going to add it. Now this one is coming through quite a bit darker, but it's because it's on white. So it's almost expected that it would be coming in a little bit darker on a white color. So I think this is going to look cute. This is going to be fun. And again, if you've never tried this, it doesn't hurt to try it. You don't even need any special tools. Just do what I did and just run it with your ink pad. So that's that one. I'm going to set this one aside to dry as well. And in fact, I'm going to put it a little further aside because we're not going to really need that until just a little bit. Now, as far as these, I kind of feel like maybe I'm going to use the darker one. I might, because this is sort of in the inside, I think I'm going to add a layer of this one first, which is, again, the Salvage Patina. And then I'm going to go ahead and add in some of the other darker element, because this one is just a lot more distressed. It's already had some distressing on the pattern paper. So we will see how that goes. So that looks good. We'll put that aside and we'll finish off the last one. Now I am going to come in and I'm going to do a little bit more with the actual teal. So this again were steps you could have done when you did your homework, but I found that especially for these, like, it was going to be easier if I just do it in real time with you. That way, in case you've never seen something like this, which hopefully you have, but in the event that you haven't, you would be sort of prepared for that as well. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to add a tiny bit of the additional teal color, the darker color, with the Zeal Teal. So, and I think I'm going to do the same technique where I just sort of run it, and it just adds a little bit of shadow. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if it's going to bring it out. I can tell you that in person, it is adding an extra layer of depth that you don't see with just the initial distress. So, and you can kind of see a little bit more there where I kind of smudged it a bit, but I think this looks fantastic in person. So let me do the second panel here. Let's go ahead and just add a little bit. This is full of Wonder and Whimsy for sure. For sure. So again, I don't normally do a lot of ink distressing or blending or anything, but I figured this would be the perfect time to do so. So I am going to add a little bit of the teal color to these panels as well, just to give it a little bit of some fun. Why not? I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised with how all of this turns out, because one, I love these colors. These colors are just fantastic. But two, this is just going to give it a little bit of extra, you know, extra stuff, extra dimension, extra technique. Now, as far as this card, I'm going to turn mine into a Mother's Day card, but basically this is an any season, any reason kind of card. So you can pick and choose if you want to do Father's Day, just choose your papers accordingly. If you want to do a birthday, if you want to do, you know, pretty much anything you want, any season, any reason, this is a perfect card for all of it. So I'm adding that one. Now, what I am going to also do is add a touch of this darker color to these silver shimmer, these gray shimmer mats, just to kind of give it a little bit of something. And again, this is quick drying. Now, I don't know how fast it's going to dry on the shimmer paper since it's a specialty paper. But in fact, I think I'm going to swap out and I'm going to put these on here instead, just in case. But it just adds a tiny bit of texture to an already super fun cardstock. My fingers are going to be all inky by the time I am done, but that is okay. That means we had fun. Okay, so I have already added all of the inks. And again, the two that I used for the like teal minty colors are Salvage Patina, it was a Distress Oxide, and then Zeal Teal, which is a Memento ink. Okay, so that is a water-based ink that you can use alcohol markers with. So my hands they're relatively dirty, but that's okay. We're gonna keep moving on. So here's what I have as far as all of my different panels and all of the different distressing. I think this looks great. We're going to go ahead and start to glue everything down to the actual card base itself. I am going to be using wet glue for this. I do use the Lineco wet glue. It's in a Barely Art bottle in case you're curious where is that coming from. But use any wet glue that you want. I am also going to be using the tape runner that came with the kit, so you'll be able to see that in action. A long time ago, I used to be a design team member for Tape Runner, and I absolutely love these. So if you have not tried this, you're definitely in for the treat. If you were a VIP ticket holder, because you should have gotten two of these. I got the pink one, and then we got the other one with the dots, the blue one. I'm going to be using the pink one, but you could use either which one. I did go ahead and bring in the little action wobbler just in case we want to add that on. Since I did do the action wobbler on my first card, I'm going to go ahead and add that one on as well for this new card. And then what I'm also bringing in is I've already fussy cut some of the images that I had colored, which again are going to be available. If you were a bonus ticket member, you would have gotten these images. And then I also did die cut out some sentiments. I haven't figured out which one I want. I want to audition them and then I'll pick and choose one of the two. This one is going to be a Mother's Day card, but again, pick any sentiment that you want. You can also use one of the sentiments from the very cute, amazing stamp set. You can pick one of those as well. But that is what I'm going to be using. So I'm going to clear the inks for now and I'm going to get set up and we will start to glue and basically start assembling our 5x7 gatefold gift card holder and money holder card. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and kind of just move some of these panels to the side for a second because we're going to start to glue everything. So as far as on the card base, we're going to start with our gatefold card base, the 5x7. Now, if you're looking at your PDF attachments, you're going to want to look at your project instructions. And this is for the card, the 5x7 card, gift card, money holder, gatefold card. We've already done the first step, which was gather supplies, do all the homework prep. We already did all of that. We cut up everything, we scored everything, and then we have already also done all of our ink distressing and blending, okay? Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to start with gluing all the stuff on the front of the card, and then we're going to move into the inside of the card. So if you want to follow along as we're actually creating the process, you can follow along with this page of the instructions as well, okay? So we're going to take our 5x7 gatefold card base right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and glue the cardstock mats which were these. I'm going to glue both of these onto the front. Now, one thing I'll mention before I do, you're going to want to glue these all the way flush with the inside panel to where you have an even border all the way around. So you don't want to center them. You want to glue it all the way to the left and all the way to the right, okay? Just like that, okay? To where they meet in the middle. And of course, they don't go over the flaps, but when they are glued, they're going to be aligned and you'll have an even border all the way around. So I am going to go ahead and use my wet glue for this one because I want to make sure that I have a little bit of wiggle room in the event that I need to move and adjust. I want to make sure I do have some time. So I'm going to start by adding some glue to this panel, and either one, they're both the same. Now, if you did some stamping, you're going to want to kind of keep an eye out which way you want, because especially if you did heavier stamping for the right hand side, make sure you're using the right panel. But otherwise, I'm just going to go ahead and add each of these one at a time. So I am going to go ahead and glue it right there, and I'm going to push it flush with this edge right here, okay? And again, I'm using wet glue so I can adjust it if I need to. So it's going to look just like that with that even border. Now rotate it. We're going to add the second panel over here on this side. So we're going to go ahead and add some wet glue. Super easy. I try to get a good coat around the edge, and this is like a little thin like line, but I still want to try to make sure I get all of the edge, and then I just add into the center part. So we're going to go ahead and add this one, and you want it to also be centered, and you want it to align with the other side. So if you need to adjust, now is your time because you're using wet glue, or at least that's what I'm doing. So here's what this front looks like. You see how I have an even border all the way around. It's about a 1/8 border. When you open it, you see how you don't see any of the pink hanging off of the two sides because I did it flush to the edges. Here is the first part of our card front, okay? Now, as far as for the next step, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and glue our pattern paper 1, which for me is gonna be this one right here, okay? We're gonna glue this to our holographic cardstock, okay? So now one thing I will mention is wet glue does not glue very well to holographic. So what I'm going to use is I am going to use the tape runner for this part, because if I was to use wet glue, it would smear, the glue would come out, and it would dry eventually, but I want it to glue almost immediately. So I'm going to glue this panel to my holographic panel. I'm going to add some tape runner. Okay, so we're going to add the tape runner. So I'm having it with, you see how there's this little notch here? That's where your finger's going to go. We're going to be adding it. Okay, so, and I'm actually going to put my thumb here because I'm going to do it at an angle. So let's go ahead and add some tape runner to this mat. And again, this is going to make for an immediate stick to my metallic, like holographic cardstock mat. And it's not going to like seep out of the side. I'm going to just add a good little layer here. Okay, love these. So that's the tape runner. Now I am going to go ahead and glue it to the front. And this is where you have to be careful because you don't have the wet glue where you have wiggle time to move it. So you kind of have to make sure you've got it perfectly at the onset. So I usually will put my thumbs under and then I will drop it down and remove my thumbs or my fingers. So that is what that looks like. Look at that little pop of teal. I don't know if you can see it. It adds like a little bit of a border. So I think it just looks fantastic. Okay, so here is our first panel. Now this right here is going to get glued to the center, but obviously we need to be able to open this gatefold, right? To get into the inside of the card. So what we're going to do is we're only going to glue on the left hand side. But we are going to be making a pocket to put money or a gift card holder. So you have to glue it a certain way. So here's what we're going to do. Sort of figure out where you want it to be centered first off. So here's what we're looking like, okay? Then what you're going to want to do is put your fingers, and it's your thumb and your middle finger, pretty much at the 2 points, the top and the bottom. Rotate it, and we're going to add glue to the bottom, which is going to be what's going to glue it down to make that pocket. Now, you want to put a very thin bead of glue on the top and bottom, very thin, just like that. So right here and right here, very, very thin. And because if you go too thick, it's actually it won't be able to fit a full dollar bill in there. And then on the bottom side, which is technically your left-hand side, when you actually lay it down, this is where you can add a little bit of extra just to support it, because the money doesn't have to go all the way far down. So here's what you're doing. So you're going to center it, put your fingers, bring it up, and you're going to add it to the sides, which is the top and bottom. And then you're going to add it to what you're looking at as the bottom, but it's actually the left side. So then from here, we're going to go ahead and put it down very carefully in the center, okay, of our card. So we're going to just adjust it just like this. And then be very careful that you don't have glue seeping out. If you do, just take care of it. But we're going to go ahead and press this down. And we have just formed a pocket right here that's going to be used for the money or the gift card holder. See that? So that is our pocket. Okay. So now I'm not going to go ahead and decorate the front until the very end, because if I put anything super dimensional, I want to be able to easily decorate the inside without having this bulk. So we're decorating the front and the actual inside later. We're going to now glue all of the mats to the inside of the card. Okay. So we're, for right now, we're done with the front, but the last step would be just to decorate. Okay. But let's go ahead and come into the inside. So what I'm going to do is, remember on pattern paper 1, there was a 2-inch segment that we cut off, which was this one right here. This one is going to get glued down over here on this new pocket. You're only going to glue up until that part where the pocket starts. I am going to use wet glue again for this. You don't have to, but I am, because it gives me an extra few seconds of wiggle room, of time, that I can wiggle the paper, move it slightly if I need to adjust. So anytime I am able to use this, I am definitely going to try to use the wet glue just if I have to. And so I'm going to add this in. You're going to lay it flush with the pocket itself, okay? And center it on all sides, okay? And then just press it down. And so you should have an even border all the way around. That's about anywhere from between 1/8 and 1/4 of an inch all the way around, okay? And again, here is our pocket, okay? Right there. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to layer the rest of the mats on the inside of our card. So what I like to do is I'm going to go ahead and start with the larger mat, because that's going to go right in the center. So again, you guessed it, I'm going to just add a little bit of wet glue here. And I try to do a good little layer around the edge. Not too close, but not, not far enough either. Just have it close enough. And then I'm going to add some glue to all of the inside. Doesn't have to be a ton, because we're going to add other layers on top. And then I'm going to add this directly on the inside panel, and I'm going to try to center it as best as I can amongst all of the sides. So it's going to look something like that. Okay. So you've got an even border on the inside. You see how when I close it, like you can see where it's pretty even all the way around. That's about a 1/8 border all the way around. Okay. So now as far as the 2 side mats, we're going to be using this teal edged shimmer paper here, the gray shimmer paper. Now, when you glue these on, what I recommend is glue as close to the outside of that fold, so that way you get an even border all the way around and right here in the middle. If you center it over here, you see how this right here is a little thicker than what's over here? So I try to do it just a tiny bit right outside of that score. And so that way it sort of, folds, it goes right in there. So I'm going to go ahead and glue one of these down. And watch your ink in case it hasn't fully dried. I know I was worried that it might not dry fully on the shimmer. And I might even have to use, I probably should have used the tape runner for this, because I don't know how well this glue is going to work with the shimmer, but we'll try it. So I was mostly doing the glue because it would give me a little bit of a wiggle room. So you go right outside of the fold, because you want to be able to fold still, but it's going to look something like that. So see, the fold is right there, the score, and then I'm right outside. So it kind of evens out all 4 of the borders around that panel. I'm going to do the exact same thing on the opposite side. So it seemed like it's okay, it's sticking. I'm going to go ahead and use wet glue for this one as well. If you're worried about it and you used a more specialty cardstock, you can absolutely use your tape runner or some type of dry adhesive. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and add this one just like that. So here's what the inside is looking like so far. So the last step is basically we're going to add this panel, we're going to add this panel, and then we're going to add this panel, and then we're going to finish it off with our white panel right here, and then finish out with the decor. So, oh, and we also have this panel as well. I thought it looked a little plain. So we have this panel and then this panel. So that's our full card, but let's finish gluing one step at a time. So I'm going to finish out the two sides. So now here, you could technically do it right in the middle, but it's going to be a little bit uneven. So what I did was I put it all the way to the left and all the way to the right over here. And that way the border is even on this side. Okay. Now what you could also do, you could technically, I probably should have used dry adhesive for this because it's a shimmer cardstock, but we'll see if this works. What you could probably do as well is if you wanted to trim this down just a tiny bit, you could add an extra layer of the holographic cardstock if you wanted to. So I'm going to just center this as best as I can right on top of that mat. And then I'm going to glue the opposite side the exact same way. It seems like wet glue is working pretty good with this shimmer cardstock. I don't use shimmer cardstock that often. I use the holographic, and I'm very familiar with what I need to, like which adhesives to use for that, which is pretty much the dry adhesive. But I'm not super familiar with the shimmer, so this is sort of a work in progress for both of us, I think. Okay, so here's what it's looking like right now, okay? Here's where we're at. Let's go ahead and lay down the rest of these mats. So I'm going to go ahead and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue everything first and then I'll glue this down. But that white cardstock is a little finicky because it's white. I don't want to get smudges. So I'm going to work on these two panels first. Now, this one, remember, you're going to want to use your tape runner because you're gluing it to the holographic or some type of metallic. But if you're using regular cardstock, you could technically go in and just use wet glue. So let me know in the comments down below, have you ever done a gatefold card before? One like this where you have the two panels that open. Is this something that's kind of new to you? Have you done this before? Definitely let me know in the comments down below. Also, let me know, do you like 5x7 size? I know this was going to be a little bit of a different thing compared to everyone else's. I think everyone else was doing A2 size cards. So I wanted to throw a little bit of a loop in there in case somebody does actually like 5x7s, you would have that option as well. But I do have the A2 version of this on my channel as far as a tutorial. So if you want, you definitely want this in A2 size, version. That's something that you can also check. But here's what we have. So I am going to glue this. I'm going to use wet glue because now I'm back on paper to paper. So I'm going to glue this down. And then the last step is basically going to be to decorate. And we can use our sentiments. We can stamp if we want. I am going to, because of time, I'm going to just use the colored images that I did. But you could absolutely take your time. This is the last class of the day. So if you want to take your time decorating, coloring, stamping, you technically can because we are almost done. This card is coming together. So here's what it's looking like so far. Okay. And then the last step would be to go ahead and add our mat. Now, because I did a little bit of an extra smudge right here, I know I'm going to want to probably put like a big cog wheel right there, kind of like that. So I technically, I'm going to end up putting a scrap tomorrow on the inside after I cut down those final mats. So you've got some options there, but I am going to go ahead and put this on that corner. So I'm going to just add a little bit of wet glue and we're going to center it. And just be careful with the ink. The distress does not dry as quickly as all the rest, as the mementos. But here is our, for the most part, finished base of our card. Okay, this is a pocket right here. Remember, this is a pocket. So you should be able to fit a dollar bill in there. You might have to sort of stretch it out just a tiny bit, but don't go too far because you don't want to take off all that glue. But here is what this is looking like. I think this turned out super fun. If you want to decorate a little bit more here, if you want to add an extra panel of scrap, you certainly can. Just be cognizant that you want to not go too far out to the corner because when you do that, you might actually have a little bit of that pattern paper peeking out through this side. But here's what we're dealing with or what we're working with. So again, the last step is just to decorate. So what I did on mine was I added a couple of the little critters on the front. I did do the action wobbler on the front right here as well. And then I did add one of the sentiments that, I believe this was Julie that had provided the sentiments. And so this one was just a happy birthday, but I am going to use one of these two Mother's Day sentiments. And then on the inside, what I did was I added a critter on each side right here, because this to me was great for decorating. You could use, a lot of times some of our collection kits come with stickers. This is a great place to put a lot of your extra stickers and our ephemera pieces. I'm going to add a little cogwheel right here. And then I think what I'm going to do is tomorrow, when I come back in, I'm going to use a little scrap from one of the other cards, and I'm going to add it right here and finish off with an additional cogwheel. But that is what I'm going to do. So let's just go ahead, and I'm going to add a little decoration to the inside, and then we will go ahead and add some to the front, add that action wobbler, and we will call it a day. So I think I'm going to copy pretty much exactly what I did on the other one. It's like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Why reinvent the wheel? We're going to go ahead and add similar pieces here and here. Now you could do multiples. So like I could do 2 there, and then tomorrow add 1. I think that's probably what I'll do, is I will do 2, a big and a small. And then I'm going to add this little second one up there tomorrow. So, and I'm saying tomorrow because we're going to use the scraps. I'm going to have one little bitty scrap pattern paper, and I'm going to put it right there. And everybody that is watching tomorrow should be able to see. I'll bring it back out. So here's what I'm going to lay this out. So I'm going to just add some glue. Again, you can take your time on this part, because now this is the last class. We're basically going to be doing some, I'm going to wrap up right now, and then we are pretty much done for the day. So now Lynn might have some additional announcements and things at the end, but otherwise, class-wise, I think we're fully done. We're finished. So you can, take your time, color. If you did have the images from the bonus kit or ticket, you can take your time fussy cutting them. If you have a brother scan and cut, you can cut them out. You can do whatever you want to do. But basically just decorating is this last step. And this is always the funnest part, like the most fun part. So I think these turned out great. I love how these little critters are like perfectly sized to fit on the 2 panels on the left and right side. Now I am going to go ahead and add some of these cogwheels here. Let me go ahead and add some glue. And you could absolutely use your tape runner for this too. I find that wet glue just works a little easier for gluing to ephemera, because I can get around, or stamped images, because I can get around all the little edges a lot easier with my glue. But I'm going to add that just like that. Now, this is the pocket where you're going to put the money. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer a free printable that says gift card holder, money holder. So when you see my final pictures, I will put something in there. And so you should have a link, or I'll have it in my coffee shop. We'll figure out a way, but I'll get you a link to that. I do have currently a free little printable that you can use for insert gift card holder here. I'll have that available for you as well. And I'll see if, Lynn can make that link available to everybody, or it might be like on her actual website with an actual extra link. But we'll definitely have a little something to kind of indicate that this is a pocket. Now, here's the thing. With this card, if you don't want to use it as a gift card holder or a money holder, and you want to send some fun flat mail to a crafty friend or to anybody, you can put your ephemera pieces in here, your sentiments, like you can put all the fun stuff, tuck it in the pocket, and then close it. And it's still going to have the same effect, because you'll have this little pocket that doesn't really look like a pocket if you were just looking at it, right? Like it doesn't even look like it, but it is. And so you can stuff it with pretty much whatever you want that will fit, and then you can go ahead and mail it out. So here's what our inside is looking like right now. Again, tomorrow when we wrap up and we have a tiny little bit of scraps left, I'm going to add one little scrap here. I will come back and I will add the final cogwheel to that side as well. Let me go ahead and decorate the front just so you can see how I did it. And so here was the center, the inside. Here's what we have for the front. So for this one, I do want to also glue the two little critters on the front. And I'm not reinventing the wheel. We're going to keep it super easy, super plain. So I want to glue those 2 first. Now, I'm not 100% sure which sentiment I'm going to use here. It depends on how it's going to look and how much room I have. So I'm going to start by gluing these 2 critters down, because I know for certain that I want those down at the bottom. So I'm going to just glue these really quick. So, and how about we drop some hearts in the chat for anybody who's still following along with us. Drop some hearts in the chat for the amazing artists that drew these images. They're super cute, super fun, they're wonderful, they're whimsy, they're just amazing. So the actual instructors themselves, which you're going to be seeing on day 2, they are the ones that actually designed these images. And so they hand drew them for us for this retreat. So definitely drop them some love, give them some hearts, show your love in the chat down below. So, and you will get to see them tomorrow doing their take, I think, on the coloring and things. So it's going to be fantastic tomorrow as well. So drop some love in the chat. Okay, so we have the first 2 images down. Okay, so here's where I want to try to play. Now, I want to make sure that my action wobbler is on the actual panel here. Okay, so I have that. I'm going to put that in a second. But I want to make sure that I can squeeze in a sentiment. And I'm thinking that I might have to do this one because this is going to cut into it as far as the words. And it won't cut into that one. Whereas if I have this one, I feel like, you see how it's covering up the word day right there? Like this is kind of where I would have it. And it's covering up the day. That's why I brought out 2 because I wasn't real sure. But this one has space to where it won't actually cover it. So what I'm going to do is let me just glue this down now. Let's get this out of the way. You could technically pop this up on foam dimensional tape, but you want to be careful not to take up too much room for your action wobbler. Like you don't want it to interfere with your actual action wobbler. So I'm going to keep everything else pretty flat. So that's what I'm going to do there. And then this action wobbler is going to go right here and it'll like move and it'll still be able to see the Happy Mother's Day on the front. Okay. So as far as the action wobbler, and now I could be doing this totally wrong. This is just how I do it. So you see how on the action wobbler, you have the smaller end right here and the larger base of the coil is at the bottom. I like gluing this to the top. Like this is what I'm going to glue my image to. And the circle, the one that's open right here, this is what I'm going to glue down to my actual paper. So what I like to do is I'm going to go ahead and glue this to this panel first. Okay, so I'm just peeling back the backing. Now I want to make sure this sticks really well. I'm going to add a tiny bit of wet glue, and this also gives me just a tiny bit of wiggle room. So I'm going to glue this down, and I want to make sure that the full action wobbler is not visible, like it's totally hidden. Okay, so again, this is like the smaller part of the coil up at the top. We're going to press that down. Okay, so now for the back end, let's peel back the backing as well on this one. And sometimes this is the hardest part. Just like that, we peeled back the backing. Now, again, I'm going to add just a touch of wet glue just to make sure that it's got a really good stick. So I'm going to put it, basically, I'm going to hold the actual ephemera piece, and I'm going to figure out where I want to put it before I drop it down. And then once I drop it down, I will press down to make sure that the bottom piece that I added the glue to and that has the other adhesive gets a really good stick. Okay, so here's what it's looking like. And here is our action wobbler. Super fun. You could have strings coming down if you wanted to tie some strings. Like you've got so many options. If you want to come back in and add some little embellishments, maybe some flat back pearls or some enamel dots. I believe some of the kits, we're going to get some gold enamel dots for the VIP kits. You could add some of those. In fact, I might go back and add some as well for the final pictures. But that is our card today. I hope you enjoyed this class. This is a 5x7 gatefold money holder or gift card holder card. But again, it could also be an ephemera holder, a sticker holder, a little flat mail holder. You could put a little tea pocket right here, like a tea bag and a little treat, whatever will fit in here. You've got a place to write. We are going to come back tomorrow and just add the final scrap just so I can add the final image and the final scrap. So this is a true no scrap template because we're going to add that final little paper right there on the corner. But otherwise, I hope you enjoyed this. This is a 5x7 card. You can add an additional paper on the back if you want. You can put your handmade by, your name right here, label. If you did get one of the VIP kits, I did include some little labels with my swag bags. You could stick one of those, you could sign your name, and everything is all done. So I hope you enjoyed that, everybody. I'm going to get to see you tomorrow again for day 2. I've got the second card, which we will be making, which is this card right here. And just so you know, these were the main scraps that I had left over. So I had 2 scraps of patterned paper. These 2 are going to get used to finish out this card. I had some white scraps, some cardstock scraps, and also the metallic, the holographic scraps, but these 2 are going to also be the main things that we're going to use. I'm going to trim down these strips just a tiny bit, and those are the scraps that I'm going to put back in here and then also in the actual A2 size card. So save these because we're going to use these for tomorrow's video, for tomorrow's class with me. So definitely check it out. Make sure you stay tuned. I think I'm the last one for tomorrow as well, but it's kind of a fun one because we're going to just use our scraps and make another card. So I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you make a ton of these. Make sure if you do make them, you tag me. I'm Party Planner Papery on Instagram and on YouTube and on Etsy. Tag me if you did make it, and I hope you enjoyed this. Let me know in the comments if this is a project that you want to make over and over and over, or if this is one that, you know, you're going to just use it for every different season and every reason, if you're going to go right after this and go make a ton more right now as well. So let me know how things went. I hope you enjoyed this. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, happy crafting.
Wow. I mean, just wow. There's nothing more that I can say because Letty, she is just an amazing creator. And I think especially if you make cards to sell, you definitely want to be following Letty's channel because she makes so many projects that are great craft fair sellers. And this one I could totally see being a success every time because who doesn't need a gift card or a money holder card? And you get a little bit of a 2-for-1. You can have this be a gorgeous, beautiful card, but also functional as a gift card holder, or as Letty mentioned, something to maybe gift a little bit of swag. Now, Letty is also pretty well known for smashing paper pads, and so it's no surprise to me that her class is a no scrap project. Now, after today's class, she does have a part 2 that uses her leftovers from making her 5x7 gift card holder and turning that into a second card so that you can take 3 sheets of 6x6 pattern paper and make 2 cards from it with nothing left over. Gotta love that. So to see part 2 of Letty's class, make sure that you treat yourself to a bonus ticket if you haven't already. At the moment, likely only bonus tickets are still available. VIP tickets tend to sell out pretty quickly, but regardless of which level, if you are a paid ticket holder, you will have received an invitation to join us tomorrow, April 12th at 10 a.m. Pacific time is when we're going to start off day 2. So this completes day 1, and I have to say, all of the classes were really amazing. My gratitude goes out to all of the instructors who shared their talents, their best tips and tricks, and created such innovative, fun cards for us today. So really enjoyed watching along with you and chatting with you in the live chat. I'm sure I had a great time. I know I'm pre-recording this, but I always have so much fun. That's my preferred way of enjoying retreats I very rarely actually craft along because I don't want to miss everything that you all are saying in the live chat. So usually I will focus on chatting with you all during the event, and then I'll come back and craft later. So if you like to craft that way, then you are more than welcome to do that because replay is going to be available pretty much indefinitely on the Paper Escape channel. So you can always come back here and watch this as many times as you'd like. There's no limit on when you have access to it. As long as YouTube is here, this video will be here for you. Now, don't forget that there should be, in the live chat several times throughout this event today, a giveaway form. So you want to make sure that you click on that link, go to the giveaway form, and enter for a chance to win a prize that was donated by Letty. Thank you to Letty. She is so generous, not only with her time and talent, but she also donated swag to be included in along with the VIP exclusive craft kit. So if you are a VIP ticket holder, you were treated to a bit of swag from Letty. She has a whole video on that. So if you want to check that out, you can see her decide what to go in, and she actually packed the little swag bags as well. She sent me extras for giveaways and prizes. So you could win one of those swag bags and or some additional goodies that she sent along with them. So be sure to look for that and enter before the deadline. This is available for replay crew, but there is a deadline for entering, so make sure that you do check the date. And to see if you've won, you can always check back at that same form link once the deadline has passed and I've chosen a random winner. That form itself will actually update and share the name of the winner, but I will also email out to all of the registered attendees if they've won any prizes. So thank you so much again for joining us for day one. I hope you crafted along, whether it was live with the instructors or on replay. And I know, as Julie mentioned, and we want to see what you've made. So I hope you'll share your makes with us over in the Paper Escape Facebook group. That is a private Facebook group. And I have to mention, okay, so when you click to join, make sure you answer the question that asks you what email you used when you registered for the event. I check for that. So I screen for the email that you put in against people who have actually registered and purchased a ticket, whether that's the free ticket or one of the paid ticket levels. So regardless of how you've registered, whether it's the free ticket, the bonus ticket, or the VIP ticket, I check when you request to join that group whether you have actually registered. And that's to protect our community and make sure that the only people there are the people who have registered for a Paper Escape event. So, and once you're in, you're in. Whether you come to the next one, which is going to be October 2nd through the 4th, over World Card Making Day weekend. Card Making Day is actually October 3rd. And so our event will be Friday the 2nd through Sunday the 4th. And I hope you join us again. So if you are registered, you're going to be the first to hear about the October winter retreat. And as well, you're going to be the first to actually have a chance to purchase tickets, and there's going to be some surprises. So there's going to be a new ticket level, so that's something really exciting. And if you were here last October, we had a lot of sponsors. We had many company sponsors who either donated swag for the VIP ticket, and or they donated prizes. And this October is going to be the same. We're already reaching out to sponsors, and this is the big one, friends. So if you're in it for chances to win prizes and goodies from sponsors, stay tuned. This event is going to be like no other. I'm really excited. I'm already planning it, and I already spilled a little bit of tea. The illustrators of the upcoming stamp set for the exclusive craft retreat will be Meg Brighter, returning again as an illustrator, and Julie Tillman, who used to sell her illustrated stamp sets as Verve stamp. So I'm really excited to have both of these super talented women illustrate, and I've already seen what they've created, and I'm really excited. I think you'll love it as well. All right, so I also don't want to end today without telling you a little bit about what to expect for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be mostly live. That's the fun of bonus day. So you're going to get treated to a live Coloring with Meg class. So Meg Writer herself, one of the illustrators of Wonder and Whimsy, will be teaching a live coloring class. She's going to teach us how to achieve a metallic finish on the dirigible, or the little blimp illustration from Sejr. We're also going to have a couple of card making classes. So Sejr is going to teach a class. I'm really excited to be spending bonus day with our amazing 2 illustrators. So come join us live, meet the illustrators themselves. You can ask them questions about how they came up with their illustrations, and get treated to live classes from them. So Sejr is going to teach a class, and then I'll also be teaching a class as well. I'm teaching a swinging lock gatefold, and of course the much anticipated pre-recorded part 2 of Letty's 3-sheet Wonder and Whimsy 2 cards, no scraps. So really excited to see the conclusion of Letty's class. Her class is also still pre-recorded, but the rest of us are going to be teaching live. So join us tomorrow. Again, tomorrow is only for paid ticket holders. So bonus ticket holders and VIP ticket holders, you should have received email with a link to join and watch us tomorrow. And again, that $75 D-Stash goodie bag, to enter that, you do have to be watching live tomorrow, because that giveaway is going to be a hashtag driven giveaway, and so you need to be live in order to enter. It's pretty much the only giveaway that requires live attendance, but there's going to be other prizes as well, and for most of those other prizes, you either enter the form, or you're already entered by registering. So that is the perk of officially registering. So if you found the Paper Escape from it just popping up on your YouTube channel, make sure you're registered, because you want to make sure that you get that official ticket. It gets you an invitation to join us in the private Facebook group where you can hang out with us in between retreats. There's usually about 6 months in between the October retreat and the April retreat, and so we still have fun throughout the year. It's not just crickets in between the events. So I hope you'll join us, hang out with us, meet some new crafty friends, and be in for a chance to win some prizes. Not only that, folks in the Facebook group are also one of the first to find out when there are exciting announcements like new sponsors, new giveaways, and of course, the first to get to register and purchase tickets to the next event. Thank you again for joining us, and please do share this video out so that more friends can learn how to make these amazing 7 cards that were taught by our super talented instructors. And if you haven't already, I hope you'll find Susan at Make and Craft Studio, Debbie at Debbie J's Crafting Corner, Julie at Julee Tillman, and of course Letty at Party Paper Plannery. Do follow them, and that way you can be treated to even more tutorials from their channels. Thank you again, and until next time, happy crafting and have a fantastic day.
Clear off the table, find your favorite chair. There's a hum of inspiration in the morning air. Grab your bone folder and your sharpest shears. The best weekend of the season is finally here. From a simple blank page to a work of art, we're building something special straight from the heart. Learn from the experts, the friends that you know. They'll take it step by step, nice and slow. Watch it on YouTube, it's all for free. A front row seat for the whole community. Card making secrets. secrets and techniques so new. We're crafting right along with you. It's the paper escape. Let's create and celebrate. Come and craft the stress away. We've got live streams every day. Cut, fold, glue, and spill the tea. You're invited and it's free. A fun-filled getaway of crafts, laughs, and more. It's the paper escape. Let your creativity soar. Chat with friends, old and new. Craft along, we're right with you. Classes, workshops, craft each year. The best retreat of the whole dang year. If you want a little more to explore, the bonus ticket opens up the door. An extra day of classes right on your screen, complete with coolest printables you've seen. And for the VIP, the ultimate prize, a box full of beautiful crafty supplies, stamps, papers, and goodies galore. Everything you love and a whole lot more. It's a paper escape. Let's create and celebrate. Stamp and sparkle, learn and play. Inspiration's on the way. Ink it, blend it, share your makes. Add your twist and show us your take. Jump on in, it's your time to shine at the paper escape, where we craft and unwind. Yeah, it's more than just paper, more than just glue. It's the joy of creating something brand new. We'll see you at the paper escape.